glow. Chasing the stars with a fearless stride. My funded futures take me worldwide. My funded futures light the way, breaking through night into brighter days. My funded TV shows the scene, living my life like a vivid dream. The clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, excuse me, and Nick Does Futures. Happy Tuesday, everyone.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Never been better.
How
Yeah,
was
no,
your
go
How was
ahead.
your day off, Nick? We missed you yesterday.
We gotta move you over here, right? I can see you right front and center here, Terry. It was busy. I had just a lot of stuff going on. It was just a day I knew I was taking off for a while. So just it's good to be back though. Back, trading and everything. It worked out because didn't get my trading credentials I think until yesterday last night. So I wasn't gonna trade yesterday anyway. So okay. Yeah, give me a second.
Okay, yeah, no worries. It is. Ethan says, glad to see the whole crew back. Yes, our Three Musketeers crew. Oh, Mr. Delusional asks, what's happening with the competition? How do we track it? So one of our mods will drop the link so that you can see the leaderboard of all the traders trading in the competition. I think some people got a head start maybe, so we will, us three Musketeers here, will be starting today. I believe Ash might have gotten a head start from us, but Nick was saying he's going to kick everyone's ass with ICT concepts. I don't know if we stand a chance or not. What do you think, Barbie?
Well, I guess it helps to have at least account set up, but yeah, don't know what's going on. So I'm just, here for the ride.
Let's keep going on the ride. Barbie, can you show us your chart first while Nick is figuring out his video, please?
I'm not on the right chart. So ES new highs overnight, pushing a little bit. I don't know why this is in a weird spot. Kind of looking at this 80 area for some support. See if we can, that would be the most bullish scenario if we hold there and can start working back up to probably first these highs. Right above those highs we have 5,700, and then above those highs kind of my next target would be around the 6715 area. So that's kind of if we continue on the current path, which is a little bit of a breakout, that of course depends on having that 6680 level hold. If that level doesn't hold, it's probably going to come back down here and look to retrace that little move that we had yesterday and at least kind of test that low. I want that low too. So that low at 66.63, and then below that we kind of have this whole clump of areas. This is really going to be the 66.50s, so 66.50s up to 66.60. That should be some pretty firm support if we do get moving down here. The reason that we're less likely to have a major breakout today is this is all lower impact news that we have today, and then we have FOMC tomorrow, and of course that's the big guy to find out if we're going to reduce rates or not.
Thank you, Barbie. Nick, what are you thinking this morning?
I think the market maker's trying to take me out, take my camera off and everything. I never have camera problems, always mic problems.
Oh, it's a conspiracy. Right before the competition too, Nick. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Where is the leaderboard list, by the way?
There is a link. I can copy it and paste it. 1 second. Oh, shoot, I can't. It's myfundedfutures.com/competitions/6. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Abhishek. It's in chat.
Okay, bet. I'll check it out later. As for the market today, I'll say I know we have FOMC tomorrow, so but we do have high impact. We had high impact at 8:30. I feel like the rate cut has already sort of been like priced in based on how the market has been performing the past like week and a half. So I think that's gonna be a pretty well. I think if there's a big move, I think it's gonna be to the downside if there's no rate cut. Right, which I don't think that's. I think it's like 90% chance. The last time I checked on the Fed Watch tool website, so I think it's gonna go higher. Obviously, I think it's gonna be pretty bullish, but if it is the other way, it could be to the downside pretty quick. But I don't think that's the case. I'm gonna be looking for. Looks like my contracts rolled over here last night. I'm gonna be looking for a move higher, really. We have a couple of areas to watch for here. If we look at the 4-hour, I'm not bearish here. I think we could, move lower. I would like a move lower down into this gap ahead of tomorrow, or maybe just move down there today. And then when all of a sudden we get that, change of state delivery at FOMC tomorrow, and then we just push back up to this Tuesday high that we make. That's kind of what I'm watching for. If we just keep going higher from here, I don't really know what to think. I don't know where to put on a trade, and that trading competition account may not be doing a whole lot this week. But as for ES actually looks a little bit cleaner to me. It has an area to reach for right here, this 4-hour gap, and then this one down here. So not bearish, just short term would like a pullback and then go higher from there. And yeah, pretty much. We're gonna be watching those same levels. Asia lows are also they kind of line up where I want price to go to. So that would be very nice. Yeah, bearish short term, but bullish on the weekly. Gold, I'm gonna wait for this daily gap to get put in and see how we displace through this high that we knocked out from last week, right? Because if we do that, we create a gap, and I can look to target the standard deviation up to here, because we're trading all-time highs. These are the only levels you can play with, right? And same with NASDAQ and ES. But best case scenario, well, I like to see if I'm bullish on the week. I like seeing weekly open. We move lower to start the week. We're moving higher to start the week, which is fine. We did it last week, right? Well, I think we did it the week before. We started higher, we closed higher. Nothing wrong with that. I just have to wait for some sort of confirmation. I'm not going to say jump in long. It looks like this move happened yesterday at 6 a.m. No, that was the hourly chart, 4-hour chart. Yeah, 9 a.m. was like the biggest move all week, really. So, and that's because, you had the 9:30 open. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I'm looking for. If you guys have questions, put them in the chat. I think someone just talked about gold. That's kind of what I'm watching for gold right there. Well, I just went over it. Let's check out bonds real quick. Yeah, bonds are kind of stagnant. Makes sense because they're kind of waiting on this FOMC tomorrow would make sense for that. Weekly gap here on well, I don't know how that got converted over. I don't think we're going to be touching this gap, but if we do, it's going to be tomorrow. So, yep. No, I think that's all the questions that people put in, all the charts. So, Nick, what do you? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, short term bearish, bullish on the daily and the weekly for indices though.
Thanks, Nick. Corey, the phone trader's in the house. Corey was on with us yesterday. That was fun.
Oh, good stuff. He dropped some knowledge.
Yes. And we learned that Corey has 7 phones in his car. Hence, Corey, the phone trader. That was fun to hear about.
7 phones?
Yes. Yeah. So trading from cell phones is Corey's thing. And Corey, you also fix them.
Dang. What's the whole thing with seven phones though? I mean, what? Like,
oh, I think it's because you fix them, Corey, right? So you have all those phones. And then, yeah, so he did share a tip. Trading View works really well off trading from your phone. And just the idea of like making it work, right? Like if you're working a 9 to 5, figuring out how can I trade and get in the experience and chart time and like how do I make it work? And for Corey, he found the way his path is through trading from his phone. It's very inspiring. Mustafa says Barbie will win the competition. Let's go. So what do you guys think? Will you take a trade today in our trading competition accounts?
gonna have to if I want to do something. I'm just trying to check I see the leaderboard.
Check the
here.
leaderboard. Who? I haven't looked at it yet. Everyone, go check out the leaderboard. Who's in first place? Is it Ash? It's probably Ash.
I can't see really. It just says view rules and enter, so maybe it's just something on my end. I'm just screwing up. But I'll check it later. It doesn't really matter that much. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. I mean, like if whoever has 10,000, if they're 5,000 in profit and you don't have a trade, like what are you gonna do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
like if your setup doesn't appear, you can't control that.
Yeah. Yeah, Ash is a good trader though. I wouldn't all good traders. So wouldn't surprise me if he's in first, like everyone says.
Yeah, so this is just a fun thing, you guys. A fun thing amongst all the traders. I'm thinking I kind of want to take a peek at that leaderboard before I decide like how I'm going to play this. If I'm just going to go for it or do I just like kick the can and just try to get myself to Friday and not lose the account on day 1. Okay, Oats Trade says Matt is currently first, not Rocket Scooter Matt. Oh, so Ash. So people are asking about the competition. So we are doing a host competition amongst all the hosts on MyFundedFutures, and it will go throughout the entire week. And you can follow along on the leaderboard. And yeah, it looks like it's pinned up top in chat.
Okay, I'm gonna copy that from my iPad to here. See if I can pull it up on my iPad's just kind of like it's just kind of here just to control stuff
for added support.
Yeah.
So we did have retail sales. It looks pretty muted on the charts at 8:30. Oh wait, was it 8:30? Yeah, 8:30. And then we do have some more news in a little bit, I believe.
Let's see here.
But tomorrow is the big day, FOMC.
Yeah, no, I just doesn't pull up for me. I don't care that much. I was focused on a good trade, but
On the leaderboard?
yeah, I see it there. I just can't pull it all the way up. Like it just doesn't say that for me. But
So your strategy, Nick, is to just ignore the leaderboard and just to trade the way you normally trade?
I mean, I'll look at it like whenever I just have off the stream, maybe, but I
Okay.
just can't. It just
Pull
doesn't
it
pull
up.
up for me. But
Yeah.
why did you ignore the first 4-hour gap? Which one are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like that one, the first 4-hour gap on NQ. Let me see what you mean here. Yeah, I mean, it could. You could mark that one off if you really wanted to. I just think price is gonna go lower from there. If I would have seen price reacted from that pretty in a bullish way, then I would have marked it off. But Asia lows are down here. Kind of have a feeling it's below it. Maybe if it wicks back up, I'd mark it off because that candle does close in 40 minutes. I just think it's gonna go here. But we'll see.
What do you guys think, chat? Are you thinking long for the day? Type in L. If you're thinking shorts for the day, type in S, or no trades, N. Yeah, I think I'm with Nick, thinking possibly chop bearish. Maybe we get a really nice pullback from that massive run. I mean, we've just gone vertical on the daily.
She's already short, chat. She's already short.
I am seeing some S's. Jay is saying to full port on the open. I guarantee you will win. It's called the J guarantee. I'm seeing mostly shorts. I'm seeing a few L's, some no trades. Good luck, everyone. Yeah, it's incredible. All-time new highs. We just keep printing new highs. Gold is at all-time highs too. Like everything seems like it's just going up, up, up.
Yeah. One thing I forgot to point out was there's an SMT inside the 7 a.m. gap. So ES is a lot weaker. Maybe we can get a potential move here. I just want to make sure we don't have a medium folder at 10. Okay, no, we don't. No, I kind of like the news calendar this week. I am a little worried that the rate cut tomorrow is a little bit priced in, so we could see like a mixed bag move. You know what I mean? Like a big wick, a small body on like the hourly chart around like 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow. So I'm a little worried about that, but I don't know. Maybe just the retail comes in and just loves it even more, you know, and maybe it's just banks have just been sort of running this thing up lately. Yeah, September's most years has been the worst for NQ. Yeah, let's check that out. Let me pull up this seasonality. God, I just cannot freaking talk this morning. It's like I take one day off and I just come back and just all over the place. Here, let me pull up the seasonalities chart real quick for NASDAQ and NQ. Dollar. I'm gonna just paste this in here real quick. How about my Chargers starting 2-0, guys? I told you, Chiefs, the dynasty is over. Mahomes, you know, ever since Kelsey and Swift got it's just been wraps. It's over. It's Justin Herbert and Madison Beer. It's the new thing here. All right, so let's check out September. So September kind of is on par with what we're seeing right now, honestly. So let's go back here. It looks like the first part. Now, granted, this is the 26-year pattern right here from 2020 through 2021. So I need to get these updated. And that's kind of what we've seen, right? A little chop here to start, and then a big move up in the middle of the month. So maybe we get that pullback on the daily in here. And I think we have a 1 or 2 weekly. Yeah, we have a weekly gap potentially in here. So it's kind of I don't know who said that. I don't know who said that. Who was that? Yeah, they basically just said September doesn't move very well. I think August was worse. I think August was worse. I mean, you can kind of see here.
Oh,
A big
yeah.
move up range and everything.
Yeah. August was so tricky. A lot of consolidation. It's tricky for a lot of people.
Yeah, let me look at. I mean, the 15-year pattern looks a lot like the same too. You know, if you look at the 5-year is a little worse, and I'm looking at ES right now too. It kind of it's very, very similar as well. Looks like in the middle of the month, big move up, and then we just kind of reverse from there. These are very good. Like I say, I look at them like once a month. I just kind of see what we're doing, and you can kind of use it to trade too. If there's like a big crack in correlation. Good morning, good morning, good morning. 5 more minutes to the open. Barbie, did you check out the Fed Watch tool lately? It's been 90%, 90%, and then it's like 80% for the last 3 months. But
Yeah, there's actually, I mean, there's a chance of the market moving down on CPI even if we get the rate cut because of the expectations. So that's kind of what I'm watching.
I don't know if people remember, but it was like, I think back in March or April, I think it was Waller or whoever was talking about we expect 3 rate cuts by the end of the year. And it's looking like these are going to be the 3, these last 3 meetings here are going to be the ones where we get it. So I don't know. Currently selling a home right now, it's just very hard for people to buy a home because they have to put double the amount down I put, and they have to pay double the amount per month. So, I mean, one person put in an offer, and they're like, they had it rescinded because they saw the monthly payment, and they're like, oh, we can't do this. But it wasn't even the price that was bad on the home. It was just like they can't. And if they're renting for $2,000 a month, why would they spend $300-$400 a month and put $80,000 down just to live in my house? Love my house, but I don't know. I kind of stay where I'm at, right?
Mr. Delusional thinks Asia lows. Come on. Good luck.
I think we get those too. I want to see what 930 brings us.
Asia lows in NQ would be 24,524. We're kind of just hovering a little bit over the middle of the range from overnight.
I need to figure out which accounts I'm going to trade today. Day before FOMC, probably. Day before a big FOMC too. It's not the minutes. Probably just going to trade like a solid like 50-50. I need to probably set it up to my to the competition account as well.
Let's go. Rowan is asking, did everyone roll over already? Great reminder. I believe the December contract has more volume now.
Yeah, so I trade in Q. Well, I at least chart out in Q1, and so this morning you can kind of see, right? Like this is the daily time frame, and this is that daily gap right here. It moved it down because I have B adjust on. I just do everything on this, you know. So I'm gonna have to, like, this low right here, like, got moved. I'm probably just gonna take it off because I don't think we go down there anytime soon. This high was up here, so you just have to do that. I like it better than charting on those the contracts every quarter, right? Because then you have to remove the chart. You know what I mean? In Q1, ES1 is just so much better. I think. Nick drinking Starbucks, 100% millionaire. Yeah, bro. Can't beat Starbucks, man.
Oh, I love it. I posted a quick story on my Instagram because I'm on the East Coast right now. And I was like, wherever you are, I will find you, referring to Starbucks.
Yeah, no, I get you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give away my Discord $100 Starbucks right now.
So cool.
I'll send it to you too, Barbie. You can Barbie and Terry if you guys want some Starbucks.
With my
Yes.
kids, that'll last like 2 trips.
Huh?
With my kids, that'll last like 2 trips.
Well, some of these people, you give them like, you do $100, be like, hey, you know, go scan or whatever. They're like they just feed up the whole family. I'm like, guys. And then I've had some people is like, we don't have a Starbucks near me. I'm like, where you live? And they're like, Ecuador. You know what I mean? I'm like, whoa. Or whatever. So they're like, can we just do McDonald's instead? I'm like, I mean, McDonald's breakfast, it's always gonna slap, right?
Ooh, okay. Market is coming down in this 1 minute. I'm going to take a stab, guys. I'm going to hop in short here. And I'm going to put my stop above the high of that candle. This is the trading competition account. I'm about to get stopped out, maybe. I don't know what's going to happen. Here we go. All right. Market is open. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what happens at this open here.
Full degen.
Full degen. Let's go. I love you too,
listen here.
CJ.
This is how this trading competition is gonna work. Either Terry, she dominates the extremes of the ranges, right? So she's either going to win this trading competition by a lot, or she's gonna get absolutely crushed. Okay.
Yes.
Like
first one out. Let's go. It's going down. It's going down. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Completely agree, Nick. Either I'm going to be the first one knocked out, or you never know. Maybe I'll come in second place or second from the last. I don't know. I'm like the wild card. We never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you dominate the extremes of the ranges. McDonald's $1 coffee slaps. Yeah, I'm waiting for like 35 more years when I can qualify for the senior discount when I get 50-cent coffee. The only problem is with inflation, it's probably gonna be like $5 by then.
Yeah, no kidding. It'll be like $15. It's like, oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, I've talked to people who said they used to be able to buy like a McDonald's hamburger for 50 cents. It used to be 50 cents.
They should have bought Bitcoin. They should have bought Bitcoin. Yeah, 50-cent coffee if you're a senior. If you're a senior citizen in the United States, I think it's 50 cents. Yeah. My dad and grandpa always talk about, oh, wow, can't wait to get the, was it 67 now? 65? You get that 50 cent? You mean? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm an ICT follower and cult leader. So Bitcoin's going to 0. Okay.
Is ICT back now, Nick?
Oh, I
was
didn't even
he
check.
supposed to come back?
I don't care enough about the paper trader to check, but let me check. ICT. Oh, okay. He said first hard lecture 8 p.m. tonight. So, yeah,
he's back.
He's back. He's back, baby.
He's back. Okay, so this first candle is about what, 23 points so far? Okay, I am going to go 20 points below this low, so 67, 57. I'm going to put my TV at 57. We'll see if it gets hit. There, about 57. I wonder how many contracts I can trade. I'm only in one. I might be able to do 2.
Are you like NQ or ES?
I'm in NQ. Yeah, I'm in NQ right now.
Sorry, MNQ or NQ.
Oh, just in regular NQ.
Yeah.
And this is the trading competition account.
Let's see here. I do like shorts, but I don't like the delivery since New York opened, but here I'm at.
It's pushing. Come on down. Lego Life says I should get out at 570. I think I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna hang on for this 557. Come on, NQ.
Yeah, I shorted as well. I got 344 as my entry.
344.
Oh my gosh, these contract rollover is screwing with my head. I had a good entry, but
Okay, I'm going to trail my stop because this is the trading competition account. I don't want to end up losing that account. Okay, watch.
hold
Let's
it.
go.
I'm telling you, hold it. I'm holding mine.
Let's go.
Hold it.
Yeah. No, I'm holding mine. I brought my stop down to break even. Let's go. We're almost there, guys.
Oh man, I love your energy. This is so good.
I love your energy too, Nick. Let's go. Barbie too. Oh man, what if this whole thing reverses? It's okay though. If it does, it does, right? It's what the market. Well, the market is gonna do its thing. I probably should have locked some in. Of course, I'll think, dang it, I should have listened to my friend in chat here who said to take it off at 570.
I'm just so
my TP is at 24,557. I am in the December contract.
I think I figured this out. Man, I did not prep before the market opened in terms of looking at these charts.
Ooh.
Not in terms of took the trade on the old contract.
On the old contract?
Yeah,
oh, I hate that.
Yeah, I'm just a little all over the place.
I did that, Nick, the other morning. I was like, wait, what one am I on?
So I think someone asked a question about the 4-hour fair value gap here. So this is going to be a good indication in the next 25 minutes, right? Because if I get stopped out or, that means you could probably mark this off and look for longs because it's probably not going to come down here now that like it's looking like it's moving lower to start like the opening range here. I don't want to see it wick higher like it's going to do potentially at 10 o'clock and then go back lower. I don't want to see that. Like it should, if it's going to move lower, it should move lower now. But we'll see what happens.
Oh, Emma's birthday? Happy birthday, Emma.
Let me look at my, okay. So this is sort of my entry right here. In terms of, I don't know where my contract rollover is a little weird. Yeah, so this is my entry right here. I'm targeting these Asia lows. Okay. And 2-hour trade right there. Okay. That's my trade. This is on the trading competition account, right?
It is?
Yeah, no.
Nice. I moved my TP to 24,539. Looking for a break on this low of this 5-minute opening range candle. So it would be the 5-minute orb, but I got in at a good price. I said, I'm going to take a stab at this and just jumped in.
Go, girl. Slay.
Thank you.
Slay.
Slay. Go, Nick. What's your take profit at? Are you in which contract?
It's the Asia low. It's going to be different for some people trading the different contract there.
Got it. Yeah, you called this. You were looking at the Asia lows.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet, Barry. So let's just not jinx this and get ahead of ourselves. Okay, girl?
Okay. Okay. I take it back. No jinxing.
Barbie, what do you think of lower prices?
Anything can happen.
Come on, that's like something you tell your son before he's about to start like basketball tryouts.
That's not trading lingo.
I mean, yeah, I guess it is. I mean, I guess anything can happen here. Trump tweet, something geopolitical happens, whatever. My only concern is when Barbie's quiet, it usually means she's up pretty fat. So.
Yes. Perhaps secret trade is happening. Barbie's going to surprise us with a big ass P&L. Nick, you're in short too? I'm feeling like I need to like size in bigger to try and make sure I'm above you in the leaderboard.
Come
I
on
won't
now.
though.
Man in the arena. Come on. You gotta take that man in the arena approach.
Okay, yep. And I have to pace myself.
Yeah.
Once we like the accounts, there are no resets for this trading competition, guys. Like that's it. Everyone starts with $5,000 in sim funded, or not sim funded, in sim accounts for the competition.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Jan's birthday. Happy birthday, Jan. Here we go. It's breaking that first 5-minute candle. Oh, the suspense. Any other birthdays? So we have Emma's birthday, Jan's birthday to celebrate. Are you guys any good at singing happy birthday?
No,
My son is. He loves singing happy birthday.
definitely not.
My birthday is in 2 months from November 20th. That is on. Will we be live that day? Come on, please hold it live. Yes, it'll be Thursday. It'll be Thirsty Thursday.
Fun. We'll get to celebrate your birthday, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Barbie, I'm not good at singing happy birthday either. I can do it, but you're going to wish that I wasn't singing.
There's always just not singing.
Yeah. And or playing a song.
Oh, wish she wasn't singing. Yeah.
All right. So third candle here, pushing lower.
Can you mute this guy?
This will be interesting. If the 15-minute orb trade gets tagged on the low side. I do like it when the 5-minute orb trade trades on the same side as the 15-minute. Like makes me feel more confident. Let's take a look at YM. YM is down by 50-ish points. It's looking like it's about to take out. It wants to take out Asia lows. Let's take a look at ES. ES is also heading towards Asia lows. Okay, my trade is about $500 in profit so far. Unrealized, not closed out yet. Matt is leading Mr. Chart. Can you tell me quick, what is his P&L? I'm so curious. Nick, what are your average hold times, would you say? Like if you were to
I'd say 30 to 45 minutes for me.
Yeah, that's nice.
Average.
That's not too bad. Like when I sit in a trade for a few hours, it's like
It usually
hard.
doesn't work out too well. Yeah. If I'm in if I'm looking at the charts for a long time, it's usually not a good setup.
Yeah.
Right. Because either you're taking a lot of trades or you're in one trade and it's taking forever. 5.88%. So what is that? 5,000. I mean, I'm just trying to. Oh, he's up $290. Well, shoot, I may just take my P&L now because I'm up.
Oh my! No kidding! Dang it! I'm up 400. I'll let it run though. I'll let it run. Let's see what happens. Maybe I'll just lock in like $20. At least get my name on the leaderboard.
I swear to God, I'm like looking at 340 profit right now. It's coming back up, but
I know. I'm wishing I locked it in with the 500, which would be like 10% on the account. Okay, I think I have to start thinking like Ash. He's probably thinking in percentages.
yeah. No, I just assumed maybe it's early in the week too, so they're gonna trade a little bit differently. You know, like we got FOMC tomorrow. You know, probably Wednesday through Fridays where majority of the weekly range is gonna be made. So even if you don't trade how I trade, you know, that's probably going to be where you want to be, you know, taking stabs at longs or shorts. So I'm probably just trying to ease into the week.
I'm out. I took profit, and I'm sure now it's gonna go. It's just gonna.
Thank you, Terry.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Nick. Now the market can tank, and now that I took some profits. Okay, so I did put some profits on the board, but now it might tank, and that's okay. I am tempted to take the 5-minute orb. I would have held it, right? Like going for one, which the take profit would have been down here. But now it's going. It's going. Still a win though. Thanks, guys. Go, Nick. Nick, you're in it. Diamond hands. Let's see it.
Honestly, you know, okay, this is my mentality for this thing. I just don't care. Like, I don't care about this trading competition. Like, it's cool. I see my setup. I'm gonna take it. Right?
Yeah.
I just don't care. That's how I kind of approach every trade. That's kind of why I want to show people on this this thing here.
Okay, so now I am sized more appropriately. I am taking the 5-minute orb on with 5 micros. I like that, Nick. And maybe like
I don't get anything out of it. I mean, bragging rights, you know, but like it's like buying a Rolex, right?
Yeah.
I could buy a Rolex, but like knowing I can buy a Rolex is enough for me. I wear a freaking Trump wristband with a "What would Jesus do" wristband. That's enough for me, right? Same with this trade. I don't care, you know.
Yeah.
Now, am I going to be intolerable if I win this thing? Probably. You probably won't want to have me around, but you know, that's just anyone else would do it too. So.
I like that attitude. I think too, like with trading, we do have to detach. It's kind of a good lesson. Barbie, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
About what?
Just in general. I love to hear what your thoughts are, what you're thinking.
I was just looking at some charts. Kind of thinking about some stuff I have to do later too, but yeah. Just letting the market open up and see what it wants to do for the day.
Let's do its thing. We got Barbie 2 locked in. When's this thing in? Friday?
Yeah, I think Friday, Nick. Yes, we will go until Friday.
I'm a little busy on Thursday in the morning. I mean, I'll be here in the live, so I gotta catch literally from 9 to 10. I'm free. After that, I am just super busy. So I may have to either catch something tomorrow at FOMC or freaking Friday, which I don't even like really trade Fridays. I don't like how we're not displacing here. ES is close to the Asia low. The only problem is Oh, hold on, I'm looking for partials here.
So the 15-minute orb would have been tagged in on the low side, on the downside.
I lost 2 sim funded accounts today. Well, write 2 things you did wrong, and then just try to not do those the next time around. That's your answer. Literally, that's your answer. It's just a matter of whether or not can you do it. If you can do it, then you probably won't lose any more sim fundeds.
Mm.
It hasn't been trading. It hasn't been a problem in trading that hasn't been solved. Literally.
Corey, the phone trader, $400 away from passing the 50K core account. But you said shake my head, it stopped me out and then hit my TP. Ah, so frustrating.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Uh, 4 hour.
YM is the weaker of the 3.
YM's weaker. I think NQ is like next week. No. NQ's the strongest of the 3, I think.
Mm.
Yeah, makes sense. Abhishek, Edginus. Oh god, my freaking camera again. Oh my gosh, market makers.
It's ICT.
Oh god. I think I'm good.
You're back. Trying to be back.
Trying to be back.
Okay, NQ is still hovering lower. We could potentially be setting it for some type of range day here. The high. Oh, there it goes. Who's
Going
in the
lower?
short?
Oh man, hold on, I gotta
It's
take
going
profit.
lower.
I'm
It's
sorry.
going. It's going. Go.
ES
Go.
ran Asia lows. I'm out. Yeah, already up 12%, and these little boys and girls thought they had a chance. Okay.
Dang it. Now I wish I put 2 contracts on.
Gosh. I find it funny, right? When talking about where is my freaking camera, bro?
It is going. The 15-minute orb is also making money so
Is
far.
Nick leading now, bro? Like, is the sky blue? Is a cow fat?
It's running. Go, go, go. Yeah, Nick, I think you might be number 1 right now.
I don't know how to check, and I don't care enough to check. But
You're so good that you don't even have to check. Nice trade, Nick. For real. Nice trade.
appreciate it. Barbie, you catch anything? Or?
I was just messing around with my options account, but nothing on futures yet.
The TP that I moved with the 5 micros is at 519 in the Z contract. Oh, look said this could have been you, Terry. Tier. Look, are you talking about Nick's trade? Yes, this is true. I did book some profits on the mini that I was in, and this is in the micros, 5 micros. Trump is talking Ukraine. NQ is pushing lower, down by about 20 points. Whew. When you look at the hourly, it's one nice big red candle. That's pretty. Where'd Nick go? Nick, can you hear us?
We lost him again.
Aw.
I'm
Okay, so
here.
Asia low. Oh,
I'm
you're
here.
back.
Sorry.
You're here.
Yeah, no. I don't know what y'all heard. I was just shit talking the whole time, really. So if I need to repeat it, let me know. Yeah, no.
We didn't
Yeah,
hear
no, that was a
any
trade
of
right
it.
there. There's a trade. There's a trade. It's just a matter of, like Terry, she got scared, right? That's all it is.
I
She
got
got a little too
scared.
emotional about the trade. She didn't trust the process.
I
You know?
didn't. You're right.
You had a good plan, right?
Yeah, I did have a good plan. I think
you were
I led
playing
the
that trade
P&L.
not to lose. Playing the
Yes.
trade not to lose. And this game, guess what? You either win or you lose, right? Like if it would have came up and hit 609, I would have lost, and I would have heard Barbie, say ICT sucks. And that's cool. I got to hear it, right? But yeah, I have a feeling we have a lot of good traders in this competition. So I think, even though I had a good trade, I'm probably in the leaderboard right now. Top of the leaderboard, it's probably going to change. I'm going to have to do some work the rest of the week to stay there for sure. But, it's good to hop on here and just kind of just pop in for an hour, do my thing, and head out. I'm proud of you, my son. Thanks, Dad. Chat. Well, where's my haters at? The ICT sucks, people. Where are y'all at? There's 500 people watching. It's usually what it is when everyone's crap talking me. And all of a sudden y'all just y'all don't really say much. Let's see how it goes now. Yeah, they don't make statues of haters. Just remember that. Like they make statues of people who do stuff.
True.
Barbie is not a hater. Barbie's my biggest fan. Yeah, you gotta go back to ICT trading, Achi. But yeah, no, let me break down this trade in all seriousness here. So it was really just stuff I see every day, right? I mean, not every day, but like what I look for every single day. I put out a tweet on my Twitter, like, this is what I look for. It's 7, 5, 4 steps. I don't remember how much it is. And it was just what we saw, right? Had a point of interest to work from, hourly SIBI. It all starts with the draw on liquidity. I was like, hey guys, Asia lows. If you guys were here before market open, you guys would have known that. People are like, well, why did you mark off this 4-hour busy? Well, because I don't think price is going to respect it. So I just deleted it. So I was marking off this one down here. Had to move up into my point of interest. This hourly SIBI, 5-minute breaker right here, or 15 minutes. Sorry. It was kind of nested in here and just took the short. That's all starts of I had an idea where price was going to go to. I did exit a little. I didn't let my TP hit. I had my alerts set on ES, and you can see ES ran that Asia low. So I didn't make as much as I should have. And plus my computer was doing weird stuff. So, like ICT says, like they took down his Twitter spaces. They're taking down me. They're trying to silence me, man. But yeah, no, that was the trade. Stop here above this high, TP down at 2R or the draw on liquidity. That's really it. And then the 5-minute kind of moved pretty nicely, right? Had one green candle in here. This is where Terry got scared and took profit, and then it dumped. That's where honestly, and inside I smiled a little bit. I'm like, oh, we're going lower now.
Oh, yeah, like where the original longs or shorts are covering.
No risk, no worry, bro.
I know, bro. You're right. Okay, hopefully this TP gets hit with the 5 micros at 519.
Where's your TP at?
24,519.75.
I like that.
It's almost there.
I don't know what strategy you trade, but the 4-hour just inverse this gap, so it's probably not going to respect it. Well, that's basically the definition of that, but and same with ES. So I think now that that has happened, it's going to draw to that gap I was talking about in pre-market, where it's just probably going to hang out until FOMC. Yeah, bro, I'm a villain, bro. Like when I win, I don't shut up, and when I lose, I'm pretty quiet. I'm not even gonna lie. I dominate the extremes of the Rangers in terms of crap talking. I played a lot of sports growing up, so like I got, you know, I mean, you gotta get bullied, right? You gotta get bullied a little bit. You know, he builds character.
Yeah, I
You know,
think
you
those
gotta
football
get slammed
players.
against the locker. I got slammed against the locker a lot, you know, and I started slamming people against the locker.
Learning the ways. I did see, it seems like the football players, the professional ones, like they talk so much smack while they're competing during games that sometimes it escalates and they actually get in physical fights. But and then like they kiss and make up later. Aw, look at the
I
baby.
know. He
Poor.
lives a better life. He lives a life better than most people, bro. I swear. Nick, it sound like you hitting TP first time. Chill. Okay, bro.
Mm.
Okay, bro. Just put the flies in the bag, bro.
Oh, snap. Oh, here we go.
Hey, here's all the be humble people. Here they come, bro. Here they come, bro. Be humble. Okay. No. I'm somewhere between humble and hell nah. Yeah, K9 looks dangerous. You guys gotta think like this was a trading competition account. Yeah, I did take it on some fundeds, but I don't like it was one trade, bro. We got 4 days left.
Nick,
Did you hit? Did you hit? Did you hit?
No, I don't think so. Did I? No, not yet. I'm
Okay.
just noticing the time. Last minute thoughts before you head out for the day.
Yeah, basically what I said, this 4-hour gap just got inversed. It's probably gonna make it a little open high, low close. So I wouldn't be surprised if it goes a little higher from here. But I think we're gonna move lower. I think we're gonna move lower ahead. This is the inefficiency we need to feel ahead of FOMC. Yeah.
All right.
But let me check.
Thank
That's
you,
pretty
Nick.
much all I got. Yeah, I know you were joking, chat. I'm just, I just like to have fun in here. But I know it's all love. I know you guys hate me, but you really love me. Same with all the other hosts. So
Oh, love.
I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. I'm gonna go stream in the Discord here with my peeps. I'll see you, Barbie. See you, Terry.
See you, Nick.
Good luck, by the way. Good luck.
Thank you. You too. Good luck. Let's welcome Tim Vesh to the show. Come on down, Tim. Hello. Can you hear us okay?
Is this thing on?
Yeah. Yep. We
No.
see you.
Okay. All right. Cool.
We see you and we hear you.
Just making sure. Got my I hadn't talked in a little while. I had to clear my throat there. What's going
I
on?
know. It happens to me every morning. Good morning. Not much. We're just kicking off this trading competition this week, and Nick booked some big profits. He's probably number one on the list so far. I booked a little bit, but got back in some micros. I got scared, and then of
Yeah.
course the market, it went up and then it dumped. I was like, I just know this market's gonna dump now.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right when you got out. The thing literally just dumped straight down.
How have you been?
We've all been there. I've been good. How about you?
Good. Yes. Update us on since the last time you were on with us. What have you been up to? What have we missed? What amazing things have you experienced?
I asked Nick a question. I know you saw it, but I don't think he saw it. I have her name is Willow. She's a poodle mix as well. And I mean, when Nick brought his dog on, I was like, that literally looks identical to my dog. I was like, oh, got a little, for us dog lovers out there. But no, I mean, nothing really new. I mean, things are typically the same in my neighborhood. Just grinding some payouts. I mean, it's essentially what we do every day, right? We're here to make some money, wait for our setups, and yeah, it's I mean, I was actually hoping when Nick got filled, it would go a little further there down towards 500, because then I might have got a trade myself, but unfortunately didn't quite get that. I do think, like you guys have been talking about FOMC, I do think we're kind of in that range now where people are kind of afraid to throw money one way or the other. They're just kind of waiting it out to see what they do for FOMC and the rate cuts and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, steady as usual, nothing too crazy.
I did notice that you changed your name. Before it was
I did.
Volatrades. Now
That's
Tim
true.
Vesh.
That's true. I did forget. Yeah, that is, I guess, one of the major changes I made. Just trying a little something out on YouTube. I feel like YouTube doesn't like me too much with the algorithm. So I was like, well, maybe if I change some things up, maybe something will happen. So, I mean, a lot of people knew me as Vesh anyway, because a lot of people didn't like calling me volatility back when it was volatility trading. And so they would call me by either Tim or Vesh anyway. So I was like, you know what? Let me just go to that, because I feel like Vola Trades, that'll forever live, because, I do have code Vola, always the best discount at MyFundedFutures. And just messing around. Shameless plug. But just like I said, just a change. But yeah, I guess if there were any major changes, that would have been the one. Good catch. Did you say you were on the East Coast now? Did you move, or are you?
No,
I'm on
no.
the East Coast too. So.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. Oh my gosh. East Coast, so beautiful. And to be on the same time zone as like the market, it is,
Yeah.
it's so nice. I feel like I get an extra hour of sleep, because normally I'm in Central Time. Yeah, no, just traveling, enjoying traveling, and being able to work from anywhere, which is what I love about the markets.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do that one day myself. That'd be really nice.
Yeah, everyone go check out Tim Vesh's channel if you haven't already. Tim, you also live stream, correct?
I do, yeah. I actually just left my live stream to come over to hang out with you guys, and it's always fun to go on MyFundedFutures, or just any show in general, just because it's a different atmosphere. You kind of see how things are being run elsewhere, and pick up on some things that you want to maybe include. And it's the age-old thing, right? I mean, no one's looking to reinvent the wheel. You find what works, and if you think you can make it work for yourself, then you can find some cool things. So I don't want to say that's why I like joining other streams. I like actually just hanging out with other people. It does get kind of lonely. As any real trader knows, trading can get very lonely. And I think that's why these shows have become so popular across the industry, is just because it's a place to hang out with other like-minded people. And it's actually a really, good way to keep you from over trading. That's originally why I started my stream, was to just have someone to talk to keep myself out of dumb trades. And it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes I still take dumb trades, but if you don't take dumb trades every once in a while, you're not a human, and you're AI or something. So
yeah, we wish we could be robotic sometimes, but we are definitely human. It looks like you're sharing your chart with us.
Yeah, I do. Oh yeah, I guess I do have it up. Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to kind of have a brief summary of how I trade, if anyone doesn't know me or how I trade, I'm basically looking for the extreme moves one way or the other. It can be long, it can be to the downside, it can be to the upside. And on my chart, I have what are called the Keltner channels. And I know Barbie uses these a little bit but in a different way. She uses them on a bigger time frame for options.
I've been using them on smaller and smaller because of you, though. Been messing with it. Tim the Trade Man inspiring me over here.
The Trade Man. Have you found anything useful?
I've been using it on the hourly a lot. I'm still not low time frame, but
Gotcha.
when I'm pairing that with some of my other setups, I've been going in like more accounts than usual.
Nice. It's good to hear. I've actually been trying to look on bigger time frames to get actually back into options myself. So we're kind of inspiring each other.
Oh
there.
yeah, we've been hitting the options kind of hard lately. Actually, that was what I was just posting. I couldn't help it. I had to take profit on some stuff today, but
yeah, like Tesla, maybe ?
I wasn't in Tesla anymore today. We were in OKLO. I was in 85 calls, and I just couldn't keep holding that. It's getting ridiculous. So
yeah, that's going like straight up. It's crazy.
Probably
Yeah, keep tabs on all that, but yeah. But yeah, real quick to kind of tell you what I'm looking for. I have the EMA in the middle. This is the 13 EMA. I'm not hiding any settings. I'm on a 1 minute chart. These Keltner channels, they will change depending on the time frame that you're on. So if you're looking to use my settings specifically, it has to be on a 1 minute chart, and it's for the NQ, MNQ in particular. I've back tested this, I did 6 months of back testing myself, but I went back probably like 7 to 10 years. I don't know exactly how far I
Oh,
went back, but I
wow.
scrolled for a very long time over the weekend, a few weekends. And I would literally, I used the replay thing. So I didn't have to like scroll back, I'd go 1 year and then have to do it again the next day if I close the program, et cetera. But yeah, like every weekend I was just doing months and months and months of back testing when I first got into futures, because I had a very similar strategy when I was trading stocks. And that kind of slowed up a little bit in stock. So that was kind of when I came over to futures just to see what it was all about. So I tried to use the same strategy, which was looking for the extreme moves. I was 99% short seller when I traded stocks. I would look for big pumps to the upside, and I would look to just short them back down to where they started. And it was very profitable until everyone kind of started doing it, and then the plays kind of dried up, which is kind of what led me to futures. And then I wanted to take that same principle, since I was experienced in it, and try to apply it to futures. And it was very hard at first because you don't get a lot of like pumps per se, unless it's news driven or, like Trump sends out a tweet, something like that. And typically those you don't want to get involved with, because for me, I find that those are like price discovery events. And in those price discovery events, you can get in the way. And when you get in the way, sometimes you get burned really bad. And that's happened to me, as I was trying, figuring all this out. Cause at first I was like, whoa, what was that huge candle? And I'm so used to like, when you see those big, huge candles, that typically you get a reversal. Well, in futures, when it's a news event or something like that, sometimes when you get that huge candle, there's another huge candle that follows it in the same direction. And you're like, whoa, I'm way behind now really fast. And so I've learned over the years, even at market open, you get that a lot too. So like the first like 5 to 10 minutes, I'll tread very carefully. And then any news event, I tread very carefully. But essentially what I'm looking for, settings, I don't think I fully gave them to you. 13 EMA, and it's a 4 times multiplier. That's what gives me these bands. And I'm essentially looking for the price to go into one of these bands. If it goes to the upper band, I'll be looking to short it back down towards the EMA. If it hits the lower band, I'm looking to go long to come back up towards that middle band. Typically, I'm not. That's it. That's the strategy in a nutshell. But I don't typically get all the way back to the bands. I'm usually looking just for like a quicker scalp. 15 to 20 points is usually what I'm shooting for with one one NQ contract. So like $300-400. And the ideology behind what I'm looking for is a rubber band. And I finally put one on my desk to keep here for these exact situations. So I can kind of explain. Stocks tend to work kind of like a rubber band, where if you just have a rubber band and you stretch it just a little bit, which is like a typical candle when we're grinding one way or the other, it just falls. But the further you pull it, the more snapback you get. And then if you really get a nice big stretch, it snaps back really quick. And that's the thought process behind my strategy, is that when we get like a big move one way, if you go back and you start looking at every time the bands are touched, pre-market I don't typically look at, but it does still work in almost, I don't want to say all cases, but it does obviously work a lot. But even here in pre-market, you can see like anytime we get close to those bands, you tend to get a reversal back to the mean. And the mean is usually that one of the EMAs in the middle. The 13 is what I use. I don't typically look at that as, gospel, but it does tend to kind of roam right around there when we're just grinding one way or the other. Now we are getting a big push to the downside here. So hopefully maybe we can get a live trade. So see those wicks like that? That's kind of what I'm talking about with the rubber band, right? That was like someone just stretched the rubber band really quick and then boom, it just snaps right back. You see that with wicks a lot too, all the times, maybe some stop hunting, some key areas. But I mean, that's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for a bigger move because to me, the bigger the move, the higher the odds that it's going to come back in my favor. And I've had a lot of success with it. Lots of payouts with minimal, resets. That's kind of my big thing. Is it's a very high win rate strat. So as long as you can manage your risk well, when every once in a while a trade goes against you, you should be good to go. Because I would say, I don't keep a journal anymore, but when I was keeping a journal, when I first started trading this, the first year and a half, I was around like a 93% win rate.
Holy
Obviously
smokes.
yes, that's really high, but with those, I mean, because I will also scale into a position if I have to, but I leave room to do so. So when a trade goes against me, it can go against me pretty well, and you can give back, like 7 to 9 trades worth of profits in one go if you let it. But the idea is to realize pretty quickly that a trade's going against you and it's just not going to come back, and to try to cut it as early as possible, because you know that it's such a high win rate strat that you can make it back. So it's not for everybody. What I'm doing is essentially catching the falling knife. And what does everybody always tell you to do? Never catch a falling knife. And it's essentially the same way to the upside. I'm shorting into the strength, because my theory is the stronger the move either direction, you're going to get some sort of pullback. And then if it wants to continue after the pullback, I don't care, because that pullback is what I'm looking for. I'm always reacting to the market. I'm never assuming what the market's going to do. And if you have any follow-up questions to that, anybody, feel free.
Yes, drop your questions for Tim.
I think it's good to have a falling knife strategy. I have a way that I do it too. It keeps you from chasing the falling knives if you have a way to handle them.
Yeah. And every once in a while you're going to get burned, but nothing's 100%. Like no one has a strategy that wins 100% of the time. If they do somehow. And I can give you a perfect example. Anyone always asks like, well, if you have enough money, you can just average in until it eventually works. Well, tell that to the hedge funds that were shorting GME. Like there's always going to be one move. There's always going to be one stock. There's always going to be something that is just going to go so far against you if you let it, that it will burn you. I mean, and we're not talking hedge funds that only had millions of dollars. We're talking hedge funds that had billions of dollars that closed down because of GME. If anybody remembers the GME pump from years ago,
yeah.
And
Wild.
the market can do that. Yeah. Like if you're only looking inside of like 100-point range on the NQ, we've had 1,000-point days. Like it can happen. And sometimes it was just random. Like it was either some random news event, it was whatever it was that sparked it, but they happen. And if you're not prepared to lose, right, that I always say the biggest winners in the stock market, regardless of what you're trading, are the best losers. The best losers are the biggest winners. And if you let that sink in for a little bit, it'll really allow you to understand that the market is like, everyone can win, right? If you couldn't win at trading, you probably would have quit, right? But if you know you can win, now you just have to learn how to lose. Like if you're still struggling, learn how to lose, because if you can learn how to lose and keep the money that you make on a more average basis, then you're going to find success there. Because that's one of the biggest problems I see. People will win, but then they're in a loser and they don't want to accept that it's going to be a loser, and then they just let it blow their account. When in reality, once you realize that the trade was invalidated based on your rules that you should have before you even get into a trade, you knew that you should have cut it at a certain point and you just didn't, because you didn't want to accept the loss, right? You don't want to admit that you were wrong. And that's like the biggest thing that I've seen out of so many traders that's holding them back, is that they don't know how to accept a loss when it's there.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, it's opposite. Like we think to make money, it's about the winning, but really it's about the losing.
It really is.
Do you have tips with us or tips for us as far as ways that can help us like accept the losses?
I sure do. One of the best things you can do is, before you ever place a trade, and I tell this to anybody who asks for advice, especially with losing, you need to know what exactly you're going to do before you get into a trade, no matter what happens. So if you get in and it immediately goes to your take profit, and it happens super fast, are you going to get greedy and not take it, or are you going to take it, right? You should know right away what you're going to do. The same thing goes where, say you get into a trade and it goes immediately against you. Do you have a specific cut point? Is it whether it be ticks, whether it be a certain amount of points, whether it be a certain dollar amount? You should have something set up on the back end when, and I think I said this before when I was on your show last time, when you're in a sober state. And what I mean by that is when you're not in any trades, maybe even when the market's not even open, you should be setting rules for your trading strategy. And the reason I say to do it when the market's not even open is because you're thinking completely clear, and you don't have any outside influence. Because if you were in a trade and you're trying to make rules while you're in a trade, you're going to kind of make rules that are biased on you winning that trade. So if you can do it in a state where that has no outside influence on you, you should have these rules written down somewhere where I should be able to ask anybody, what is your strategy? And then I should be able to say, well, what if it goes sideways for a half hour? What would you do? What if it goes up 10 points and then reverses, 50 points? Like, what are you going to do? Like, I should be able to ask you any question about anything the market could possibly do, and you should have a specific answer for that. And if you don't, then you don't have your strategy down pat yet. And that's worrisome, right? You should know like every time I get into a trade, I know the exact amount that I'm shooting for take profit. I know what happens if it goes up towards my take profit and doesn't quite touch. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know if it goes against me and it just keeps going against me, I know that I have a dollar amount set on my account that it's going to stop me out regardless of what I think. And and if I hit that, I'm going to be locked out for the rest of the day. So you have to know exactly what your strategy is, and you need to have rules set no matter what is going to happen in the market, because the market will do something different every time you enter a trade. Sometimes it'll do one thing, sometimes it'll do it's going to do everything that you can imagine, especially for people who are like, oh, I want to make this my career, I want to do this the rest of my life. You're going to see everything, right? Over the course of thousands and thousands of trades. You can't let one trade define who you are as a trader. You just can't. And thankfully with prop firms, it's a little bit easier because one blown account is one blown account. But a lot of people who were trading real accounts, like I learned all this when I was trading with my real money in my own real account when I was trading stocks. And it was like, I couldn't just, let it go and blow the account and start over again. Right. I mean, you could, if you had enough money laying around, but that was my own real money. Like I put in 30,000, go up to, 70, 80,000. Like if I were to let one trade just take all that hard work away, no, you can't let that happen. Right. So you have to have rules. And it just brings me right back to the biggest or the best loser is going to be the best winner. It's just how trading is. It's a very psychological game that you play with yourself on a daily basis. And until you can kind of control yourself, it's going to be hard to become a very profitable trader.
And I'm hearing that if you have a set plan, it's much easier to control yourself. If you know exactly, like I heard you say, if the market's chopping around, like, what are you going to do? Like, what's the plan? And
there's
that
no
helps.
guessing. Yeah. You're not in the trade, like kind of making things up as you go. And that's the problem, is a lot of people do that. They'll get into the trade and it doesn't do exactly what they wanted it to do. And say it'll start kind of chopping around, like around there, a little bit above their average, that it like went against them. And they're like, oh, it's okay. But now that it's chopping around, I don't want to like put my stop here because, it's too tight. I need to let it breathe. When in reality, getting into the trade, they said that in their head, my stop was here no matter what. But now they're letting their emotions affect them. And they're like, yeah, I want to give it a little bit more room. And then before you know it, you just keep dragging your stop up. And then before you know it, you just get rid of the stop completely. It happens all the time. And I know most of the people in chat know exactly what I'm talking about, because if you haven't done it yet, then you haven't been trading long enough, because we all do it. And until you do it over and over again and realize that you're just being dumb, right? Like there's no other way to put it. You're not going to fix it until you realize it's a problem. And that's another big problem, is a lot of people get, lucky and it works out. They'll create bad habits because they'll do something and it works out, even though it was against their rules. And then they tend to, their tendencies are to keep doing that because they're like, oh, well, last time I did this, it worked out. I'll just do it again, even though it's completely against their rules. And then the one time it bites them and they blow the account and they're just like, oh, well, that's why I had that rule there. And then they're beating themselves up, because they didn't follow their own rules.
Yep. Oh, and it's a slippery slope, not following your rules. Before you know it, like you've developed a really bad habit. And then it's
Yep.
hard to break that habit. Very hard.
So true.
So when you're looking at your chart right now, Tim, you're just waiting until the price hits one of those bands, it sounds like?
Pretty much, yeah. Days like today, that's why I really like the open, because a lot of times you'll get a lot of volatility at the open. And I love volatility. That was kind of why I originally named my channel Volatility Trading, because I can't trade without it. And it's kind of the same thing. I mean, unless we get really big moves in one direction, no matter the direction, I'm not going to really get any trades. Let me scroll back to yesterday, because yesterday afternoon, I actually got some trades, and I can show them to you. Yeah, here was one in the afternoon around 2:40. And the reason I have these bands is because a lot of time I was finding, as I first came over, like this candle here, I used to think that was, that was a big candle. But when you look at the bands now, it looks like it's not even the start of the move. And the reason I put the bands there is to really kind of stop myself from entering trades too early. It was almost like a way to handicap myself, to really make sure that I'm only taking the better trades. And as you can see, when we broke through this key level, we started to expand. And I mean, it really expanded, right? I mean, this was from 505 all the way down to, well, it was like 20 points. So it's really not that far. But I did end up catching this, and I got it for 15 points because I remember I made 300 exactly on it when I did it. But I just waited for the bigger push all the way down towards the bands. And I mean, this is what you typically see. I mean, this was right before close. I traded this one as well. I really love when you get these huge candles, rubber band, right? Every time I see one huge candle, especially on the 1 minute, it gets me excited, because the bigger the candle, the higher the odds of that snapback. And that's what I'm looking for. I did not get in on this candle, but when we got a little bit more of a push through, still pretty far away from the bands, but every once in a while I'll get a little frisky, and I'll enter a little early, only when I see the opportunities there after like such a big candle. I mean, look at all these candles for like a couple hours, or pretty much all day. There was nothing like it. So when you see a candle like that, you just know that, it's game time, and you need to try to figure out a way to get into this trade. And so that's kind of what I did. I did wait for the extra push. I don't think I nailed this trade. I think I got in like around here, like 510, 511, but we did get that push back up. And again, I got out right at the middle EMA, because that's all I'm looking for. I'm looking just for that scalp. So 11 to like 20 ish or something. So it was like around 10 points. And then, I mean, this thing went all the way up. And then guess what? I'm not biased. I go long and short. When we got this move back up, look at these big candles, and we broke through the highs again. I got in here. I think I started this one a smidge early. I got in on the 50 break, and then immediate gratification here. This thing just shot right back down after I got out. I remember getting ready to put a take profit order out, and I just didn't have enough time. It dumped, and I ended up getting a better fill than I would have had I got my take profit out there. And sometimes it happens like that. Again, the rubber band, right? When you pull that rubber band, the odds are you're going to get a snap. And again, you can put these settings on your chart and just start scrolling. You'll see a lot of this chop, right? Chop around the middle EMA. But every time you get close to the bands, you tend to, I mean, this is the open. So like I said, I try to be careful around the open, but even so, when you get close to those bands, you'll see that you're getting, let's go back one more day. I mean, even here, I think this was Asia opening, or I believe so. But this was a strong move. So again, the opens, you got to be careful. Any news, you got to be careful. But other than that, I mean, if you go back and look at like normal trading hours, like look at this, this is beautiful both ways. This was at 2:50 on, I guess, Monday. Was this last Friday? Yeah, this was Friday. So here in the afternoon, 2:50 Eastern, nice push down right into the bands. What happened? Rubber band right back up. And then it did what? It went right back to the upside and did the same thing. You can tell by the candle that this came all the way back down to here. So that was another 15 points. It went from band to band. I think I only got the long because my kids, my kids are home at that point. They just got home. I remember sitting down and taking this trade, and then I think one of them were calling me, and I missed this move. But I definitely would have taken this had I been there. And it's the same thing. I mean, even here, kind of flirts with the EMA, doesn't ever get to the bands, and then boom, 330, we get the big candle push down, and what's it do? Rebounds. It's just you can sit here and you can kind of put, like I said, it's the 13 EMA 4 times multiplier. You can put it on your chart, and you can kind of scroll back, and it's just the settings that I found that work. Now, if you were to change it to even the 2-minute, it's going to look completely different. If you change it to the 5-minute, it's going to look completely different. You would have to go back and you would have to find the exact settings for that time frame. It's not going to work across multiple time frames. So if you do trade on a different time frame, you would have to kind of adjust it accordingly. But all you have to do to adjust it is just go find those extreme moves where it goes into the bands, switch it to the 5-minute, go to that same candle and make that candle touch the bands. And then you can kind of then start scrolling back, go 7 to 10 years.
Tim, lots of people are asking for your exact settings in Tradeovate. Can you show, pull up the indicator
Sure.
to show everyone, please?
Yeah, of course. There you go. Yeah, it's
Thank
13
you.
EMA. The ATR is 10. That's the standard. And then the ATR multiplier is 4.
And
Like I
then
just said, 1 minute. It's on the 1-minute chart.
1-minute chart, and then Bollinger Bands. Can't
No
quite
Bollinger
see.
Bands. Keltner
Oh, no.
channels.
Okay. Keltner channel.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no. Yeah.
So those are the
Yeah, these
settings.
are just the, these are just the bands. I usually like to change the upper one to red and the bottom one to green, just to remind myself that when it hits the upper one, I'm going to short it. When it hits the lower one, I'm going to long it. And then the middle one, it doesn't really matter. The middle one, a lot of people like to look at that as a take profit area, because a lot of times you'll see it'll bounce back and essentially hit the EMA before whatever it does next. But I'm more of a scalper at heart, and I've seen times where it won't come all the way back to the EMA, and it actually happens quite frequently, especially when you start getting the really bigger moves where it'll bounce back. Like what I'd be looking for here is like it to come down through, and a perfect move would be down through 500 and extend away from 500, because 500 is that mental whole dollar number that people are looking at. So if we can get through a key level like that, the odds are it's going to retest, right? The market moves in waves, and you start to get used to those retest areas, just general support and resistance type stuff. So it's kind of like you can really get into the advanced aspects of the strategy to even give you better odds of a trade winning. Because if you can get a big extension through a key area, the odds are it's when it does bounce, it's going to come back and retest that key area. So whole dollars, half dollars, like 500, 550, like a lot of people look at those as kind of like a mental area.
Thank you, Tim. I can't believe it. Time went by so fast this morning.
It did. I feel like I talked a lot.
Oh, I love it. W for Tim Vesh, guys. I love it. Your voice is also very relaxing and soothing. Come back and
I just
join
saw
us.
that. The aquarium looks nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Thoughts, last minute thoughts before we head out for the day, Tim and Barbie?
I'm kind of taking it easy, just kind of waiting for FOMC tomorrow. I'm kind of doing the same. I try to do the same thing the big guys are doing. So I'm managing more my portfolio, making sure I like what I'm keeping, and I'm not keeping anything I don't like.
All right. Thank you, Barbie. Thank you again, Tim, for joining us today. And thank you, everyone who participated in chat. You guys are amazing. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Next up is Ash. Welcome, Ash, to the show. Bye, guys.
See you, everybody.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? If you don't mind, I did have a little bit of audio issues yesterday. I just wanted to clear it up, make sure the audio issues are good for today before we get into the conversation here. So, chat, if you can do me a favor, throw a thumbs up in chat or throw a W in chat if you can hear me clearly, that you can see NQ here on the chart. I just want to make sure was ES. Sorry. I just want to make sure that the audio is working correctly. Awesome. Bunch of W's, bunch of W's. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So let's hop into it. Let's start talking about what we have and what we're dealing with. I threw the economic calendar up here because this is quite important. Okay. There's FOMC, there's CPI, and there's non-farm payroll. To me, those are the most important times during the market. So we need to be aware of that. Just make sure you understand that I'm over here in London right now. So this is London time. So don't get confused here. This is 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't want any confusion there, but we need to be aware that FOMC is tomorrow. Okay. FOMC press conference, FOMC statement, federal funds rate. That is completely different than FOMC minutes meeting. Okay. These ones here, this is the real deal right here. This is the one that is one of our highest volatility drivers. Okay. More importantly, this is a very talked about Fed rate decision. Everybody is very concerned with if the Fed is going to have some rate cuts. So the anticipation for that is what we're dealing with. We need to be aware of it. Okay. This is why I'm pointing it out. It's the day before FOMC. So I really don't have large expectations here. I'm more patient and selective today because of it. All right. So we need to be aware of this tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will be bringing it up as well because this is a very anticipated Fed rate decision. So we will see if they cut. We will find out at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 7 p.m. London time. What is London time? Is that it's GMT or something, right? What is that for London folks? But now that we understand the important times, right, that's going to help us understand when to engage with the market. GMT +1, thank you very much. As you can tell, it's my first time here, so I'm not very familiar with it. But let's take a look. I'm going to go ahead and go through all the assets. I do want to update some of our biases. I understand we got the competition going, but I'm not in a rush to get into a position today. There is currently no unicorn on the screen. So you can see in terms of decision making, it's pretty clear for me right now. There is no model on the screen, so I'm not looking to force myself upon price currently. So as we're waiting and watching, let's hop over and update some of the biases we had. And we'll start with Dixie. So the dollar, we were looking for a move lower. This one was very clear to me, in my opinion. We had a internal to external move here. We were inside of a bearish gap here. When price tapped into this bearish gap, we were looking for a move to the swing low here. Okay, that move was completed. This was a beautiful bias. We got the move we were looking for. So in terms of being bearish, the target was hit here, right? We wanted to see a move from the gap to the swing low. That was accomplished. Beautiful move there. So now in terms of creating a bias, this is where when you get a result to your game plan, then move to the sideline and wait until you can clearly and definitively define another game plan. Okay, so great job on the lower prices there for Dixie. But at the current time, I'm no longer forcing lower prices on Dixie. The objective was here. The objective was here. The objective was completed. Now that it's completed, I will move back to the sidelines and be patient and wait until I can clearly define another game plan. Okay? Euro. Euro, beautiful move. Absolutely beautiful move. Same exact thing, but inversely correlated to Dixie. Price had tapped into a bullish fair value gap here. Therefore, after it tapped into the bullish fair value gap, right, it tapped the gap here and here. After it tapped the gap, we were looking for a move higher to the swing high. Once again, that objective was completed. So another beautiful move here in terms of bias. The bulls are in control there. We got the bullish move above the swing high. Again, that objective has been completed. Okay, so very good job on the bullish bias there for Euro. We can head over to NQ and ES. So NQ, we were looking for higher prices. I was looking for higher prices because when price displaced through the swing high, that is what signaled continuation. Okay, so this is a key understanding to point out here, and we should go over it real quick so that everybody could understand it. Let's take a look real quick. Creating a bias. What do I do to create a bias? I look at the daily chart. On the daily chart, I'm looking at where price is currently located. Okay. The locations that I analyze are swing highs and bearish FEGs, or swing lows and bullish FEGs. Okay, I want to be bearish when price is located above a swing high or inside of a bearish FEG. Okay. Why can I no longer type here? Bearish FEG. This is when I want to have a bearish bias. When price is located below a swing low or inside of a bullish FEG, I want to have a bullish bias. Okay. This is how I determine bias. I'm simply just looking at swing points. I'm looking at FEGs on the daily chart. Okay. Now the important part to understand here is invalidation to this idea. Okay. When do I not want to be bearish at a swing high? I don't want to be bearish at a swing high when we displace through the swing high. Okay, so the invalidation to being bearish at a swing high is when we create a bullish FEG when we go through the swing high. Do you understand what I'm saying? The invalidation is the FEG. I'm still only analyzing FEGs and swing points. So when an FEG invalidates a bias, I'm not willing to have that bias. And this is that exact example, and that's why we need to have this conversation. This is how I create a bias. This is how I know not to instantly become bearish. Okay, so let's just take a look at a couple more of those examples real quick, and then we'll go into today's action. So, for example, take a look at this swing low. Notice how when price taps the swing low, we create a huge wick and we close back inside the range. That would make me bullish because we did not close below the range and create a bearish gap here. You understand what I'm saying? We just wicked it. We created a reversal candle. This would be the time to be bullish. Okay, so that's an example of being bullish at a swing low. Okay, let's go back to this gap here. All right, so let's take a look. Oh, whoa, hold on. All right, let's take a look. What I'm looking at is this bearish gap here. Okay. Even if you want to look at this bearish gap here, what is being created as we're at that gap? We're creating a bullish gap. Okay, so I do not want to be bearish inside of these bearish FEGs because we're creating a bullish gap. The presence of an FEG is presence of invalidation. So instead of being bearish because of these two bearish gaps, I would want to see this, right? A tap into the gap and a move higher, not lower. Tap the gap, move higher, right? And what do we get? A tap into the gap, and then we move higher. Okay, so now you're getting an example of a normal bias, right? When price was at the swing low and it bounced. Now you're also getting an example of an invalidation. And we're still, once again, just analyzing swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Okay, so just wanted to go over a quick example of how I create bias. For anybody that has any questions regarding that, before I move forward, I'll move over to chat, make sure there's no questions or information regarding that conversation before we head into today's action. So if you have any questions regarding creating a bias, feel free to throw it in chat. Let's see if there's any questions regarding that. Hey, Ash, I took a long on gold off a bullish unicorn during Asia, made 1.3R. Let's go, Johnny. Congratulations on the W. So it doesn't look like any questions coming across just yet regarding bias. Hi, Ash. How is London? London's going phenomenal. It's a beautiful city. Absolutely amazing stuff. We got to go to Stonehenge. That was really cool. I got to see changing of the guard. That was also really cool. We did a trader meetup last night. There was a lot of people that we got to meet in person from the community. That was very nice as well. It's been raining every single day, so I don't know how you guys deal with all the cloud and the cold and the rain. Where I'm from, it's very warm and sunny, so I think I'd prefer the warmth. It is cold over here. Did you go to any soccer matches? You're gonna get me in trouble for saying soccer. Don't you guys call it football? Isn't it? It's football over here, right? You're gonna get me in trouble for saying soccer. I would love to go to a game though. I didn't look at tickets though, so I'm not sure about that yet. Ash, if price is sideways around a swing high, how will you define your bias? Once again, I'm only analyzing swing highs, swing lows, or FEGs. So if price is at a swing high, has it created a bullish FEG? Yes or no? That I'm not questioning sideways action. What I'm questioning is, where are the FEGs? Where are the swing points, right? If there's a bullish FEG at the swing high, then I would look for continuation higher, right? Right here. So here's a swing high. At the swing high, we created a bullish FEG. Since we created a bullish FEG, I would look for a continuation higher. So the question's not about sideways price action or not. The question is about FEGs or not. Ash, thoughts on trading while traveling? Well, you saw my trade yesterday, so I think it's a little self-explanatory there. I've been trading. I have my laptop here. I brought my setup with me, so I'm conducting business as normal. We got the competition predictions going too. So take a look at the form. Take a guess on who's going to win the competition. Is there any standings yet? Where are we standing? Has anybody else taken any trades in the competition yet? What are the standings looking like? What are the standings looking like? I had one win yesterday. It was about 200. I think it was $94. That is what we could do next, actually. What are the standings looking like? If anybody has a chance to let me know how that's going, please do let me know. No standings yet? Maybe my chat's just not updating quick enough. Take a look. Oh, love the sound of that, chat. We love the sound of that. Check it out, chat. 50 free resets using code confirmation50. 50 free resets using code confirmation50. Let's go. Denny cooking it up back there. Thank you, Denny. Chat, throw a bunch of W's in chat for Denny. The man is cooking it up once again. Let's go. Who got one? Who got one? Who got one? Let's see. Oh, link to the leaderboard there too. How do I... Or is that for the predictions? If somebody can check that link, let me know if the leaderboard shows. Let me know. Yesterday's trade, let's take a look real quick. Go back to yesterday. We'll get a quick recap of the trade that was taken for the competition. All right, let's take a look. All right. In terms of a bias, very clear. I don't know how else to point to higher prices other than this chart right here. We continue to keep making higher highs and higher lows. This thing is extremely bullish. We continue to keep crushing new all-time highs. So during the day, we were looking for higher prices. In terms of the model that I trade, I look to execute from a higher time frame level. When I'm bullish, I want to be executing from a bullish fair value gap or a swing low. Okay, so taking a look at this, you can see that price is inside of a bullish gap. Here's the FEG here. When price gets to a gap, then I look for a crack in correlation. When price gets to a higher time frame level, then I look for a crack in correlation. So you can see here that NQ took out the previous candle low. Okay. You can see here that ES did not take out the previous candle low. That's bullish SMT. Okay, so bullish bias, bullish higher time frame level, bullish SMT. Therefore, that is justifications to taking a long position. That's when you go down to a lower time frame and look for your entry function. The entry function I use is a breaker block plus an FEG. All right, so here's the breaker right here. right? So this is the breaker block right here. And you can clearly see the FEG right in here. So we do, in fact, have a bullish unicorn after we tapped into that 15-minute level, after we got the bullish SMT. Therefore, I would then long from the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low, aiming for 2R. Right? So let's take a look. Multiple entries given. Many, many entries in here. All long entries, all long entries. We finally start moving higher. And let's take a look. This is where I asked chat, do we move to break even or not? Right? You get multiple entries. I think I might have got a later entry because of the fills. We had issues with the fills. Actually, this is actually where I got the entry. Sorry. Give me a second. This is actually where I got my long entry on this time. And then we went into profit here. And this is when I was asking chat. This is when I was asking, what do we do here? Right? Do we move our stop loss to break even? Yes or no? Right? So for all the individuals that said yes to moving your stop loss to break even, right? Let's move the stop loss to break even. Let's say the black line is the stop loss right here, and now it's at break even. Well, guess what happens after that? You would have gotten stopped out for no reward, right? So all those individuals that, we always have this conversation regarding stop losses. We always have this conversation regarding break evens. You would have been taken out at break even, when the reality of the situation is let's take a look. Price ends up hitting the target. So this is the entire conversation we continue to keep having, and it's for a reason. If you're going to take the risk, take the risk. The time to be protecting your capital is when you're purchasing an eval, right? If you don't want to be risking, then don't purchase the eval. When you are risking, then take the risk, right? Stop moving your stop loss. Just keep your stop loss here, keep your TP here, and allow price to do whatever it wants, and only allow one or two results, plus 2R or minus 1. Because all of the stuff in the middle doesn't matter, right? All of this means nothing. So stop allowing your emotions to deter your management. Stop raising your stop losses up. Stop jamming your stop losses up as quickly as possible. Instead, allow price to do whatever it wants to do. Understand that you're going to have to hold your winners longer than you hold your losers, right? You should be right or right out. If you're right out, that means you get stopped out. But don't get right out for a break even. When you're risking, you should want to risk. So take the risk. Just notice how drastically different the outcome is depending on the decisions you make during the time of. All of these people got 0 for a reward, while this person got plus 800. And even me. So even the decisions I made drastically changed the results. So for example, I want all of my executions to be during my segment so that all of my executions, you guys can see them happening real time. So me closing my position for plus $300 in here, right? Me leaving the position early instead of allowing plus 2R or minus 1 drastically changes the results. All because of the decision of wanting you all to see the executions. Look at the difference, because right there, it then goes right to plus 2R right after that. So what I'm trying to tell you here is the logic you provide to your decision making is going to drastically change your outcome. Okay, it's not about finding the best strategy. It's not about, figuring out, the holy grail. It's not about having a 100% win rate. What it is about is you controlling your emotions during the time of a position. You efficiently reacting and implementing your risk management. You dealing with the emotions or thoughts that happen within that position. Okay, so those are the things that are going to make a difference in your outcome. And yesterday was a perfect example of that. All right, so great trade. Happy it was a W, but look at the difference in the logic. Look at the difference in the results because of the logic. That was a great example of it. So if you have any questions regarding yesterday's trade, that was the second conversation I wanted to have with you all today. Feel free to throw it in chat. While you're doing that, if you're finding any value from any of these streams, if you're finding any value from any of the giveaways that we do, if you're finding any value from all the special guests we have or all the hosts, sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. We're going to keep working and learning every single week. So if you have any questions or information regarding yesterday's trade, feel free to throw it in chat. After that, we will hop over into live price action for the second half of my segment. ES invalid, first 4-hour FEG. Now we are just tapping second. Is trying to long now on 5-minute unicorn make sense, or are you bearish? I don't see any unicorn, so I don't know what you're talking about. There is no breaker on the screen. There is no FEG on the screen. So taking a long here is completely invalid. This is not a unicorn model, so I'm not sure what you're looking at. Right, a breaker. This is what a breaker block is. Right here, it's a swing low, it's a swing high, it's a new low, then it's a new high. We don't have that on the screen here. You have a swing low and you have a swing high, and that's it. So taking a long here? No, I'm not taking a long here. You can see I'm in my competition account. I'm not taking a trade because this is not a bullish unicorn. Yeah, I'm looking at today's PA. This is current price action. This right here is what is currently happening right now. So I'm also talking about today's PA. There is no bullish unicorn here. This is not a bullish unicorn. So there is no trade. Ash, how do you define confirmation and invalidation levels for a bias? Please just rewind the stream. We just had a conversation about bias and invalidation to a bias. Just rewind the stream by like 10 minutes. We just had that conversation. Ash, what are your hosting hours? Mine are 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. New York time. What do you expect from tomorrow's news and what's your move? I do not expect anything. Trying to predict the future is a very bad idea. I do not have a crystal ball. I could not tell you what is going to happen tomorrow. I have zero idea. I do not attempt to try to predict price action. I try to efficiently react to it. Okay, so I objectively analyze what is currently happening, right? So what is currently happening, I can tell you that all New York Open, we've been heading lower. During this entire move lower, we never created a bullish unicorn. Therefore, I have no trades today. That's the only thing I can say about price action. I have no clue what's going to happen tomorrow. Ash, when do you think you will reach your goals of having a $10 million account? Whenever that happens, I'm going to allow that to happen naturally. I do not force myself upon the market. You know, I fall in love with the process. So instead of being focused on the results, right, just focus on developing your process and sticking to your process every single day. Allow the results to be a byproduct of that. So yeah, it's good to have goals, but don't let them induce some kind of emotion that's going to deter you from achieving those goals, right? Just focus on the process instead. Ash, there's a gap in contract rollover in ES. Is there a possibility that it can be filled today? Just use the continuous contract. Put balance adjust on so it adjusts for the contract. Okay, so if you take a look at my ES, take a look here. Right, you don't see any gaps. Right, that's just a rollover. You gotta know that that's just a rollover. That's a contract change. So, any other questions, any other information, feel free to throw it in chat. Rollover gaps aren't real gaps. That is exactly what I just tried saying. It's just a rollover. That's not a real gap. Right? And that's why I'm pointing to my chart. There is no gap on my chart because it's a rollover. So just use the continuous contract and turn balance adjust on. And you won't have that issue. How did you learn to stick to your rules, Ash? How did you stop making the mistakes and going against your rules? It's a very simple decision, right? If you're collecting data, if you're journaling, if you're documenting, and if you're reviewing your results, if you are not getting the results that you want, then something needs to change. It's a very simple decision. Are you going to do what needs to be done to make that change? And the thing that actually allows me to make that change is my reason why. Okay? My reason why is so strong that I know I can endure anyhow. Okay? My reason why is my wife. It's my family. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that I produce for them. So, if I were to be breaking my rules, then I'm letting my family down. And family is the number one priority. So, I'm not going to break my rules because my family is the number one priority. It is the strongest reason why. Ash, if we turn B adjust on, that shows historical synthetic price levels, but price never traded in these levels. Don't you think so? I'm not going to get into the technicalities of it. That's not something I focus on. My chart has always had balance adjust on. So I'm not looking to compare and contrast between turning it on and off. That, in my opinion, is just information overload. That is definitely not the secret sauce. That is definitely not the holy grail that's going to make a difference in your trading. That's just information overload. So any other questions, any other information, feel free to throw it in chat. It could be anything about this trading business. Okay. It could be about the trading model. It could be about mental or emotional intelligence. It could be about today's price action. It could be about the competition. It could be about the community. Feel free to throw any type of question or information in the chat. How was the IRL meetup? It was phenomenal. It was great to shake people's hand, have some food with some community members, talk about trading, share some insights, share some tips, go over some charts, talk about their journey, talk about my journey. It was a very good time. We will definitely be doing that again. I think the next meetup will be in the US. So it was a very good time. We will definitely be doing that again. Thanks for asking. Do you have opinion about the markets at this time? Yeah, the markets have been heavily overextended. We had a huge move higher into all-time highs. So in my opinion, the objective was new all-time highs. This extension above all-time highs was just a gift that the market gave us. And now that we're a bit overextended, we're getting a small retracement. So leading into the news tomorrow, in my opinion, is going to be the real move on the week. The Fed rate decision is a extremely important decision, and it's very anticipated because of how everybody continues to think about a rate cut. They really want to see if there's going to be a rate cut or not. So I think tomorrow's decision is going to be a real move for the week. So being patient today, allowing the retracement to occur. We'll see what news happens tomorrow. I'm not going to force myself upon the market knowing that FOMC is tomorrow. You guys told me that I should trade the competition as if I was trading my model, and you're seeing those actions right now. So I haven't had any trades today, as you can see. We're in the competition account, and we are still sitting at plus $294 because that is the result from yesterday's trade. There has not been any trades taken today because we're allowing that retracement to occur. We know that FOMC is tomorrow, so we're just being patient as of right now. So we will see. Any other questions? Any other information? Feel free to throw it in chat as we are waiting and watching. Did I take a trade today, Ash? No, I did not. Hi, Ash. How do you decide to go bullish or bearish every day? Just rewind this stream. I went over how I create a bias at the beginning of my segment. So just rewind the stream about 30 minutes, and you'll hear the conversation about creating a bias. Ash is frozen. It doesn't look like I'm frozen on my end. So if you don't mind, just give me a W in chat if you can still hear me. You should see the 5-minute chart on NQ. I don't think I'm frozen on my end. Okay, yeah. So it looks like it was just that individual. It sounds like everybody else could still hear me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ash, what's your advice to keep funded accounts for as long as possible? Never over risk, never over trade, right? So the majority of the reason why people blow their funded accounts so quickly is because once they get their credentials, they instantaneously go max contract size, or they take as many trades as possible. So in my opinion, you should just get a certain amount of risk and only take 1 trade per day. Only take 2 or 3 trades per week and adhere to your risk management. Right? So let's think about like the 50K account, how you have 2K worth of drawdown. Okay. Let's divide that drawdown by 10, right? Therefore, you should only be risking $200 per trade, right? If you're risking $200 per trade and you're only taking 1 trade per day and only 2 or 3 trades per week, you're minimally going to have that account for about a month, right? Because you would have to get 10 trades wrong in a row. So if you're only trading 2 times a week, right, you'd only have 8 trades on the month. Therefore, you're instantaneously holding the account for a longer amount of time than the majority of people, because the majority of people blow their account within the first day. So risk management is what it comes down to. Risk management is the #1 priority at all times. And your ability to adhere to your risk management is what's going to make that realistic or not, right? If you don't care, if you just go on tilt anyways, you go, never mind. Let's just go right back in. Screw it. Let's try it again. It'll work this time for sure. I hope this thing turns around. No, there is no hope. Okay. There's risk management or there's not. And if you're not going to adhere to your risk management because of some kind of intrusive thought, then you're not going to keep that live account or a prop account, whatever account it is. So adhere to your risk management. So there's a good question, chat. Throw the amount of days that you normally keep a funded account. Throw the amount of days. Throw the number in chat. How long on average you keep a funded account? How long do you guys keep a funded account? Let's see. Let's see what you think, chat. Let's see what your averages are. 15 days, 8 days, 4 weeks, 2 days, 20 days, 1 week, 10 days, 1 week, less than 30 minutes. Wow. Jeez. That's rough. 2 weeks, 4 months, 2 weeks, 40 days. Okay. All right. Well, I'm on, I think it's like 120 days currently of the live account. So what is that? What is that? 4 months or something like that. So, in my opinion, less expenses, more income, right? That being profitable doesn't mean you take a winning trade. Being profitable does not mean you have a winning back test. Being profitable means your income is more than your expenses. Okay, so there's my next question for you, chat. Throw a yes or no into chat. Do you track your expenses? Yes or no? Do you even know how much money you've used on evals? Yes or no? Throw it in chat. Do you even track your expenses? No, nah, yes, no. Every penny. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. No, yes. Man, that's scary. That is scary. How would you even know if you're profitable if you don't even know how much money you've spent? I use my mom's credit card, so I'm not sure. Oh my. Oh my. You got to be keeping your expenses. How do you even know if you're profitable if you don't even know how much money you've spent? Seriously, like if you're going to treat this like a game, you're going to get game results, which are not very good results. If you want to treat this like a business, then you need to have business being run on the back end. Set up that expense spreadsheet. Just realized Ash looks like Ray Donovan. Who is Ray Donovan? Is that who is that? Ash, has it ever happened to you that you didn't see a valid unicorn on pairs you trade for a few weeks? No. They happen every week. It just depends on what time frame you use, right? If you're on a 1 minute chart, it's going to happen every day. It's going to happen multiple times in a day. If you're on a 5 minute chart, you're going to see it a couple times a week. So if you're on an hourly chart, right, then maybe you don't see it for a couple weeks because that's a higher time frame. But I'm trading the 1 minute time frame and the 5 minute time frame. So I do see it each week. Ash, for breakers, do you enter on the wick or the body? So the entire candle is the breaker, right? So let's take a look at a breaker real quick. Right, so here's a bullish breaker right here. You have a swing low, you have a swing high, you have a new low, you have a new high. So Here's a breaker right in here. The bullish breaker is always going to be an up close candle. Bearish breaker is always going to be a down close candle. When I'm highlighting the breaker, I'm highlighting the entire candle, right? So once I highlight the entire candle, then I'm entering at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low, aiming for 2R. That is how I use breakers. Ash, do you play any sports? I used to play sports when I was in college. That was the last time I played sports. Now I will go golf now, but that's more like recreational. Like it's like for fun. It's not. I'm not like competing. I do weightlift a lot, so I moved into weightlifting, and the gym is my best friend now. So. Do you increase size if the setup feels A+? I increase size depending on my risk management. So I divide my drawdown by 10. So when my balance increases is when I increase size. Right? So at first I was using 1 contract of NQ. Then I moved to 2 contracts of NQ. Then I moved to 4 contracts of NQ. I only moved to 4 contracts of NQ once the buffer allowed it. Right? Again, divide the drawdown by 10. Ash, are you from the UK? No, I'm not. I'm here on vacation. I'm from the US. Ash, if bias is not clear on the day, do you consider the 4-hour? No, I don't change where I get the bias. I don't go scrambling, hoping to search for something. If the information is not on the screen, then I just don't have any information, right? That's exactly what's happening today. So like yesterday, the bias was very clear to me. Yesterday, the entry function was very clear to me. So during my segment, you saw that without questioning myself, I hopped into a trade, right? So today, there is no entry function here. So anytime the information is not clear, simply do nothing, right? Do not force yourself upon the market. And that's what's happening for me today. There's no entry function, so I'm not forcing myself upon the market. So, last 9 minutes with you all. Any certain questions we should go over? Any certain topics? How to identify a good entry. A good entry is where you're executing aligned with the higher time frame order flow, right? So if the daily chart is moving higher, then I want to be looking for longs. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you're trading divergences, right? So if the daily chart is moving higher, then I want to see a bullish SMT. If those two things happen, then I'll look for an entry function. Lastly is time. You want to be executing during the opening times. So those 3 things is what I would classify looking for a trade. Ash, looks like we have a unicorn now. No, we do not. There is no breaker on the screen. There is no FVG aligned with the breaker. So I disagree with that statement. You're watching the NQ 1 minute chart. Okay, let's take a look at the 1 minute. No, right? There still is not. We moved lower, we moved higher, we moved lower, and then we just consolidated. So I still disagree with that statement. We've done a whole bunch of nothing during my segment. All we've done is gone sideways. We're just consolidating here. Don't force yourself upon the market. I understand that you divide your drawdown by 10 since you are now trading 4 contracts. How much is your drawdown buffer now? I had a 10K account. The 10K account is at $50,000, right? So $40,000 of drawdown, dividing that by 10 allows me to trade up to $4,000 of risk per trade. That is why I could use up to 4 contracts. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about yourself? How's your day going so far? So what about you all, chat? Who else has taken some positions today? Did anybody take any positions today? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. Here's my answer. I got a big old 3 for you all. 1, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1. More 1s, some more 2s. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. All right, so half the people traded, half did not. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. Well, I still have nothing, so it's looking like it'll be a no trade day for me, right? Just go ahead and analyze this price action real quick. It's very clear, in my opinion, that there is no trade here. If I'm going to trade my system, right, this is what a long looks like. It's a swing low, it's a swing high, it's a new low, then a new high. Right? If we were to analyze this price, let's do that real quick. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high, but there's no FEG in here, right? There's no FEG to make this a unicorn right here. Right? There's no FEG, so that cannot be a unicorn. All right, so price then goes lower, takes out the low, but we never make a new high, right? We're just still making lower lows and lower highs. So there is no entry function here. Even if I were to look for a short, right? So a short would be a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. Again, all of these need to be swing points. So a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. Again, that also didn't happen here because look, all of these are just lower highs. So can you see why I'm saying that there's no position to take here? Can you see why I'm saying that I'm flat today? It has nothing to do with emotions. It has nothing to do with impulses, right? If you fall in love with the process and allow the results to be a byproduct, then it's very simple. Then you're reading this thing like a book, and the book says there is no breaker on the screen. Therefore, if you're trading breakers, then there is no trade to take. Right? And I'm coming to a close of my segment. So I'm more than okay with being flat today. If you guys want me to be trading my model, then I will take a look at the model results. So far, it's been 1 win on the week, plus $290. And today is a flat day. So we will see what tomorrow brings. Thursday, I will be flying home. So just a quick heads up, I will not be here on Thursday. So I could already tell you that Thursday will be a flat day. We'll see what tomorrow brings, and we'll see what Friday has for us. Those will be my next two opportunities. But until then, any last questions before we welcome Tom up on the stage? We got our last minute and a half here with you all. Not sure if you talked about it already, but what do you think will happen on Thursday and Friday? I do not try to predict the future. I have no clue what's going to happen on Thursday or Friday. In my opinion, trying to predict the future is a very bad idea. In my opinion, you should just objectively react to price, right? Read price like a book. Just read it from left to right. Objectively, so without influence, read what price is doing. And right now,
All right. Take it easy, everybody. Let's call Ash. Maybe we can reach out for him. I don't know what happened. Actually, I was just sitting here like, what is going on? What is going on? It's always so, Ash has that calming voice, he has that tone. I was listening to him like, oh yeah, that's cool. That's kind of cool. And I was like, yeah. He must be searching for something. Like, what is he doing? And I was like, where did he go? But anyway, just in time to save the day. Yeah. Oh my God. But don't worry, Ash, we are with you in spirit. And I know you're in London. Ash is back. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, we know, you're in London. I'm here in Hungary. Don't worry about it, Ash. Ash, all is good. We were listening. I was sabotaging actually the stream. Maybe it was my mindset, my aura, who knows? But still, guys, W's for Ash. Everybody, come on. Let's give it to Ash. A lot of value again in his session. So it was, as always, very, very enjoyable to listen. And what I like about Ash, I like a lot of things, but most of all, that he is definitely, not just treating this like a business, super pro with the discipline, He had a flat day. I had a flat day yesterday, and I like the discipline. When you don't see your setup and you don't see it happening in the market, you just don't engage. You're not going to engage, and that's it. So again, it was awesome. So yes, so W's for Ash. And since I'm here now as the backup, aura farming, yes. Welcome, chat. Hello, everybody. It's just always good to be here. So how's everybody doing? Special hello and welcome to the hosts, the mods, everybody at MyFundedFutures and MyFunded TV. So it's just good to be back. Yeah, the London internet, I know. he dropped the mic. Yeah. So special hello to Weebop. Man, I really have to go over this like every day. Okay, if I have to do this to say the Weebop, at least what you guys can do, the routine, you guys have to like and, obviously push the like button, right? That's number one. And number two, which is still number one, you gotta notice everybody about MyFunded TV. All right, how we're doing with the subs? Did we go over? I haven't checked it, man. I'm a little bit behind that information. Are we over 50K now? Come on, you got to push it to 100K, and then 200. So you got to notice everyone, and make sure to everyone subscribe and like. All right, they're already subbed. Okay, you can resub again. Yeah, stick around in the session. Who knows what's going to happen? I am doing the competition, by the way. I am doing it. Yes, yesterday, actually, it was a really, really flat day for me. And I wasn't really, so I was all over the place and wasn't feeling 100%, but I couldn't find any trades. So I was like, what to do. And so I wasn't really forcing anything. So today I'm doing a little bit better. I don't think I should be pushing it more. I don't know what can happen or what can not happen throughout the next couple of days. I made a couple of $100 and that's it. Taking sweet time. Yes. Around. So, we're going. I hope that you guys who put your life savings on me has some sort of a extra insurance on it or something, because who knows how this is going to happen, how it's going to end up. But, speaking of the market and speaking of levels, like we're just hitting new records every day. And I keep getting these questions. What is that? Around? What is this around? So, we keep getting these questions, even in London and New York, like, how far is this going to go? Is anything going to happen until FOMC? Nobody knows. But as I said many times, the fireworks are going to happen at the press conference. So not exactly, Papa Powell is going to hit some news. We all know that he's going to read everything from his remarks, from his report, but the press conference is going to be the real kicker. Okay. So that's what needs to be focused on. Oh my gosh, B, I don't want that. So your head is spinning around. Okay. All right. So, I usually never trade, the FOMC press conference, and it's just not a good idea. Obviously, on the funded accounts, you just can't trade it, right? So MyFundedFutures, you can't trade the FOMC event. I'm not really sure about the press conference, to be honest. So if anyone knows it, help me out with this. I'm not sure about the press conference, if it's tradable or not. But whatever it is, the thing is, you should not push the button. One sentence, it can just, go up like 50 points, 100 points, and another sentence, Papa Powell says something, it's just going to drop. So got to be careful. All right. All your study loan. Nice. No luck, pure skill. You should change that name. A little bit more luck. I mean, looking at your name, or your study loan on me, no luck. Well, it will be all right. Let's put the fun aside, all right, and let's be super serious for once. Full port on gold? No way, man. No. I said this many times. It's so difficult, for me at least. I know there are many traders who likes to trade in the range. You sold your car, Volky. Okay, nice. Okay. Awesome. So if some of you guys like to trade in the range or in the chop, that's on you. But to be honest, at all-time highs, every market is just kicking these highs. It's difficult. But very, very, very quick or simple recap of what happened in London. In London, no trade for me. I mean, I was streaming as usual in London session. Absolutely no trade. I mean, look at that. This was 2 a.m. when I started, all the way up there, and this was it. So I sat through the whole session. It just kept going higher and higher. I was like, man, I'm not interested in this. So there was some scalps here in the early New York session to go take this out before the news, the swing low. But I had two beautiful trades on gold. Gabor, hello. Yosu, hey, good to see you. So the best trades for me today was on gold. And let me just actually show you real quick. So obviously gold was ranging too, but also trying to make it up there. I have entered a long position after the market opened. And here was a fair value gap, and I was just like, maybe we should go and kick the all-time high again. So that's what we did. So I took this trade live, and then I entered a short position somewhere around here. It was most likely a 1-to-1 trade. My stop was here, so that worked out well. Altogether, I made like $1,000 on funded accounts today. So, and those were my fundeds, but still a lot way to go. I mean, a lot to go. Sorry, Gerson. Thank you. So that was, I mean, gold today was better in my opinion, but on NQ, I just couldn't find anything reason. Oh yeah, well, I mean, we could. We had this, the zones were actually working. So if you look at the 5-minute chart, and actually I'm going to show you just for example purposes, okay? Because this is why I'm looking for these zones. I showed you many times the examples, like what are the main criteria for these levels that I'm looking for. And if I go back to the Asia session, now what did I tell you guys? I need the liquidity sweep or some level of liquidity being taken, okay? And then I need the market structure shift and of course a continuation in the direction in the move. So let's just categorize these, okay? First of all, so these are the two zones, both are on the 5-minute chart. And, you know, it's a little bit technical, but I think it's a good idea to go with some examples. So these are the zones. Number one criteria. Made 1K on how much? Well, $250 on each account, 50K accounts. So let's see. Here's a liquidity sweep. Actually, there was the fair value gap, and this is the liquidity sweep. I'm actually, there you go. So we have a liquidity sweep here. We have a bullish market structure shift here, and also a continuation higher. So this little pullback here actually started the move, and this makes it so liquidity sweep, market structure shift, and continuation of the move that makes it a valid zone. The same happened down here if you look at this, and these were the only two areas on the 5-minute since like a few days ago. Look at that, another one here, bearish candle, picking up liquidity from this fair value gap and then pushing higher right here. Market structure shift here. Market structure shift here. And just pushing higher. So these two zones here, one here and one here, perfectly fits the criteria. And what happened later is the market reclaimed both. Now, the thing you can do at these cases, like there was a possible 5-minute entry here, which I didn't take. I don't know why, by the way. I think I was focusing on gold too much. Oh, no. This one I took. Yeah, this is the one I took. This is the one I scalped. I was on, but I had to close it before the news release. So yeah, so this one I took. But after the 9:30 open, there was also some opportunities here. For example, 9:30 open. I know it's a gamble. I know it's something you shouldn't do. But if you look at it closer, and let's just assume that there were no 9:30 open here, there was a beautiful fair value gap here. Price retraced back into it, and boom, went down to the first gap, and then to the second gap. Come on, to the zone, first zone and the second zone. So, as I said, I love to use these levels as targets. I really do. I think, I mean, when I see these levels, that kind of gives me a key level, which we talked about a couple of times, right? So the game plan, what's happening? Drum roll. What's going on? Oh, you guys want to win. Okay, who would have thought that anyone is here for some free stuff, right? Fingers crossed. All right. Of course, you guys always win, but you got to be quick. You know, got to be quick. That's how it works. Just a quick look on gold before I hop into some topics here. I told you guys yesterday that I want to share some more information and thought process about indicators, because it's highly likely that in the future, I mean, I'm not going to strategy hop. I'm not going to change the way I see the market or the way I see the levels, but as a possible entry confirmation or entry level or entry model, I might gonna bring in some certain indicators, which I'm gonna talk about later. Looking at gold, nothing special here. Okay, let's go back to NQ. I'm not even looking at ES, by the way. First letter is, come on, everybody. William, yes, it's going to have EMAs. Yes. One of the indicator that I'm going to bring into, I'm actually using it since a while, by the way, but not actively like every single day. But it will be EMAs as well. So, did anyone win? Is there a winner? Hopefully, I really hope so. Congratulations. All right. Okay. So and because of that, I thought we should like review like how the mindset goes with indicators and all that such. I think that could be important because I see many traders using them, and also even more traders not using indicators. So it's very controversial, and I think the topic is also controversial, and maybe that's why it could be engaging for some of you guys. Like many people are hating indicators. Also, I mean, traders. Many traders say that it's kind of helpful, but you know, it definitely it's having its own specialty to talk about it. But if anyone has some questions about setups, technicals, or the weather, or BMWs, or whatever, let me know before we move on. And I will try my best. Yeah, indicators are lagging in nature. Yes, Vishal, this is very important that you said. Indicators, whatever indicator we talk about, it's always going to be representing the past, okay? So you got to remind yourself that indicators are a representation of the past. Obviously, you can use that information. So there is some information that you can use, but you got to be careful with it. But again, we got to look this from the mindset perspective. Okay. When are you coming to Chicago? Me? I hope soon. But if not me, I'm sorry for answering. How many payouts did you get before you got your car? Well, Liam, I bought my car this year, February, from payouts. And I mean, last year, I got payouts almost every month, just like this year from trading. So obviously, I was not buying a Lambo or a McLaren or whatever. I just bought the cheap BMW, but it's still, I bought it from trading money. You know, that's why I was so happy. What is your new best MyFundedFuture account? I'm working on a scale funded account, so I need to work on more as well. I was a little bit upset. I told you guys I purchased a reset. And by the way, I think you still have time today or tomorrow until tomorrow evening. If you guys want to reset, if you have a failed core funded account, you can still reset it, I think. But imagine I bought I said, I'm going to bite the bullet and I'm going to reset my core funded account. And boom, just like that, I purchased a reset and I blew it. Yes, Junior. Yes, I blew it. I purchased a reset. I traded it for like 2 days or something, or 4 days. I don't even know. And I blew it. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure. I mean, I know. I think I was emotionally not really on the best state of mind. But I mean, it's still a chance because I know that it takes time. I know it. And by the way, $199 for a reset on a core account is absolutely for a funded account. That's actually a good price. That's really a good price. Whatever you think or say, like that's a good price. Okay. Should have just YOLO'd an eval. It's the ego, exactly the ego, but not always the ego. But yes, it happens. It happens. It's just part of the game. It's just part of the game. So what happened is really, I I managed to get a new scale account. I blew up the resetted core account, and now I will be in the process of getting more funded accounts. But anyway, I do have more funded. Currently, I have like 11 funded accounts, but obviously not a secret. I'm trading with multiple props. But the thing is, I have a few more. Can you explain your chart? Sure. These are candles, these are lines, and these are all on a background, and that's it. Not Jake, sorry. Yeah, sure. So what happened really is what I outlined here to the left, and I just said it a little bit earlier. So these are demand zones right here. So let me just put this here, and it will be easier. 5 minute. Sorry, I was just trolling. 5 minute demand zone. Oops, sorry. 5 minute demand zone. And here's a 5 minute demand zone right here. All right. Right there. So 2 5 minute demand zones. And these were pushing price higher, I think. These were good targets. And then finally, the price went lower. Okay. Finally, the price went lower, and I used it for trading targets. Actually, the same thing happened on gold too. And that's what I chose. When do you choose to go for more funded accounts? And when do you choose to stay with the amount you have? Very good question, by the way. One thing I realized when I was, there's no better word right now that comes to my mind to express it. But when I was trying to babysit one single funded account, the pressure was higher. I know it sounds a little bit weird, and don't worry, we're going to talk about the indicator stuff too, but it's a very good question. The pressure was absolutely higher. I was like, man, this account, I really need to be good. I really need to push this because this is going to be it. No, that's the wrong mindset. So then I went to 2 and 3 accounts, and obviously the pressure was lower because I was not copy trading them. And I also started rotating the accounts with low risk. And I realized that, okay, it's easier for me. So one of the key factors, I told you guys yesterday that the hardest part for me to walk away from a big loss of the day. And so when I had a loss on one of my funded accounts, like a mental stop around $500 or $600 on the funded, what I did, because it was still hard for me to walk away from the charts, what I did is I switched to another funded account. I tried to go with predetermined risk on the second account too, and I tried to go with that. And so I realized that it's a little bit easier to maintain my revenge trading feelings. And so I did this kind of rotation with like 3 accounts. And then as I was progressing, I realized that, these accounts slowly were reaching the payout level. And that's when I realized, okay, I think I need more. I think I need more accounts. And maybe I can, copy trade 2 accounts or whatever, maybe 3. And that's how the progress was technically continued. So, but it's a tough thing. For me, as I said yesterday, until this day, the hardest part for me in trading is to have the mental strength to walk away on a big loss. So It's the hardest. It's the hardest. But having more funded accounts definitely helps me to ease the stress. And I think it's important because I'm not copy trading yet. Not yet, at least. And I really do respect and I admire those traders who can copy trade with, constant results like 10, 20, whatever, I don't know, funded accounts. Yeah, technically it's possible, but there's another side to this. Like, for example, if you're going with a big account, like 150K account, obviously you have more wiggle room and you're able to actually go with the bigger size. You're able to build up more buffer and such, right? Gerson, do you teach this strategy you're using? Yes, I'm talking about this basically in my stream usually. Yeah. So we used to have this conversation in my stream every now and then, and I'm going to put up some videos about this multi-account management and risk management, the way I do it. I mean, there's so many different ways to do this. Yes, don't have big losses. Should be on a sticky note all the time, right? Mathematically, yes, 50Ks are easier, but with the 150Ks, obviously, especially with the pro account. So this is the other side of the coin, right? You don't necessarily need like 20 accounts, not even 10 accounts, by the way. If you have like 2 or 3, maybe even 5 bigger accounts, and you can size up your positions, if your confidence builds up as time goes on, I mean, you can make more. Yeah, why make 9,000? That's also a good question. But as I said, the potential could be also bigger. I mean, to go for bigger payouts. But yeah, I understand, Rafael. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can make 9K, definitely. As I said, for someone who is risking much more, not just $100 or $200, but like maybe even $500 or $1,000. I know that there are a lot of traders like that. Trust me on this, who are risking $1,000 or $500. You need the bigger room to trade. Under 150Ks are going to be the ones. But I agree with you, Rafael. Psychology is important. Also, both for the prop firm side, of course, yes, because it's not a charity, right? It's a business. But also for the trader, it's important. Hey, Spicy Tea, thanks. Exactly. So it has to be a win-win situation, obviously, and I hope you guys are not doing. Prop firms are also doing business. We got to accept that. But also, there's like a silver lining in this, because if you're really good, if you really know what you're doing, then it's a win-win situation. But that's a different topic. I'm not going to go into that right now. Okay. So, yeah. But this is, as I said, we need to treat day trading, especially with prop firms, as a business. As Ash was talking about this, you have to count your expenses as well, how much you've spent, even on a monthly basis, how much you spent on evaluation accounts or even resets. That's super important. Once you start to treat that as a business, it's going to make much more sense, and you're going to be more selective. You're going to be more selective with your trades as well. No, we're not going to bully anyone. We're not going to bully anyone. So yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, and yesterday, actually last week and weeks ago, I was saying, partially, I was testing some indicators in the past year, and I always told you guys that I might going to use some of it. Now, many of you guys are using the VWAP, the volume weighted average price line, or maybe moving averages, maybe MACD or RSI, who knows? I don't know. But sarcastic maybe, who knows, but I'm just saying that there's many ways to do this, the VBOP, exactly, but we must remind ourselves that these are actually giving informations from the past, but you can use it. So if you use it wisely, that can actually work. But people love to argue on this. I know, indicators or no indicators, but the truth is, like, indicators aren't the real issue if you really think about it. Congratulations for the winners, by the way. So indicators are not the real issue. Your mindset is the issue. And I truly believe in this, okay? Indicators don't decide if you overtrade. Just a simple sentence. Indicators don't decide if you overtrade. Indicators don't decide if you oversize. Or indicators don't decide to move your stop. That is all on you, okay? So you can just watch pure price action, and now I'm going to sound like I'm defending the ones who are using indicators. I'm not defending anybody, by the way. I said this like 1,000 times, and I will repeat that 10,000 times, that if you can make money with indicators, do it by all means. Do it, okay? So indicators don't decide if you overtrade or oversize or when you move your stop. It's your decision. You're doing that to yourself, okay? You are doing that. At the end of the day, it's not about the tool you use or the concept. Ooh, the ghost in the machine concepts, okay? It's about the discipline behind it, okay? That's all. That is all. We can talk about ghosts in the machines. We can talk about tinfoil stuff, about trading, and we can talk about all the magical algos. And we can talk about everything, but no, at the end of the day, it's your discipline behind it, okay? Indicators, what I was trying to say, indicators don't blow up the accounts. Impulsive trading, that's impulsive traders, I might say, do, okay? But anyway, that was okay. Yeah. So discipline at the end of the day. But obviously, we usually talk about the same, but with a different perspective, right? I'm just saying that it's not a bad thing. Obviously, there is two mindsets. One mindset that goes with using indicators. And I'm going to talk about what I'm planning to do, obviously, a little bit later. So there is one mindset. Actually, let's just talk about the trap first. There is a trap also with the indicators. We need to talk about this, okay? What happened, Rafael? Come on. So, hey, Roman Arts. Good to see you, Roman Arts. What's up? I will reveal. Don't worry. So, the mindset trap with the indicators. It's basically the shortcut mentality, because I think people and traders are thinking that they think like using indicators as what's the word for it? Crutch. They want them to predict the market. The indicator is not going to predict the market for you. Okay. So, yeah, exactly. Mike G, I completely agree with you. Look at the market, trade what you see. Right? Not what you think, but anyway, that's true also. But the problem is that we think that the indicator is going to predict the market. It's not. And this is going to create like dependency instead of skill. So, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, like indicator is only good if you use it with skill, like skill, knowing the context, knowing the big picture, knowing your levels, doing the pre-market analysis before you start trading, understanding the market structure, the buy model, the sell model, whatever is going on, understanding the context. What day is it? Is it an FOMC day? Is it an NFP day? What can we expect? Is there a news release? What's the market doing now? Is it a chop day? Is it a trending day? Is it all-time high? Blah, 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 all that stuff. I'm sorry, but without understanding the context, the bigger picture, indicators are no good. That's no skill. you know. So there's no way around it. And yes, you have to see. That's the best indicator. You have to see the market. That's the best indicator. I would say the technical indicator is good as a layer of confluence, just like as you guys are using SMT, for example. I know Ash does, and he's great with it. So SMT. So many traders are SMT here and there. I'm not using SMT, but that doesn't mean I think it's a bad thing. I think it's great. It's a layer of confluence. An indicator could be a good layer of confluence, but let's just move on. Also another trap with indicators that it's going to build false confidence. If you are only relying, let me just put that right there, okay? So it's going to build up false confidence only if you are relying on that indicator alone. All right. So most likely new traders see the indicator as a flash signal to size up too big. That's the problem. An indicator or a certain system of indicators giving you a signal, and you immediately go full port and full size because you think this is it. No trades for competition yet. I did trade. I was trading today on the competition account. Yes, I was trading today, but I'm not gonna. I'm just curious. What time it is, Adam? Come on, let me know. So I'm curious, actually, how the others are doing. Any info so far? I checked the leaderboard, but it has not been updated yet. So what do you guys know? Spill me some info. Come on. So how are the others doing? I want to full port the account anyway. So yeah, again, let me just finish up with the other one. So the false confidence, okay. Ash is up 294. Man, Matt is up 7K. 7K on his competition account. What? Nick is at the top. Jesus. Come on. Oh, nice. Okay. Give me the numbers. I need to put in some full port trades. I'm out. Oh my God, that's a secret. What? So anyway, let me just... You blew your 50. What? Same funded with 4. What happened? Abyss, come on, man. Abyss. You should have known better. I have to... Good. Keep it that way. They're around 300 up to. Nice. Nice. Full port mode activated. Yeah. Not now. Anyway, as I was saying, the false confidence. Come on. So before we even going to talk in the future about indicators and let's just talk about the traps. One of which is the false confidence. Okay. The problem is when an indicator fails, and they always do sometimes, there's no such indicator that's there's no holy grail, okay? Every single indicator is going to fail, even with the best conditions, okay? Then the confidence is going to get destroyed. So, that's not a good thing. Also, there's the thing, like I call it the blame game, When a loss comes, you're going to say, oh, stupid indicator. That's just not good. You're saying that because you took the trade by not understanding the context. And you know what? We're going to do a session about the context. We're going to talk about the context next time because it's super important too. So yes, you're going to blame the system. You're going to blame the indicators. I think, by the way, anyway, no, I'm not going to go into examples, but you're going to blame the system because you were not understanding the context. And also, reality is that, because that's the reality. You ignore the context and you were not patient enough, okay? You were not disciplined enough. You might have 24 signals in the same session, but if you don't know when to engage, which one to take, what is the context, what is the big picture showing you, then it's not going to be good, right? It's never, as I said earlier, it's never the indicator's fault. It's the way you used it, most likely in a bad way. but it's going to give you information. But anyway, risk management also. Let's talk about this a little bit, okay? No matter what you use, it could be just it could be just an RSI, a MACD, the VWAP, fib levels, moving averages, whatever it is. Your stop placement matters more, okay? Your size matters more. The trade cap matters more, okay? So don't forget about the risk management, right? We talked about the coin flip situation. You can flip a coin and still be profitable if your risk management is solid. I swear I'm going to find that study somewhere, and when I found that, I'm gonna ask the mods to put it out in the pinned messages so you guys can read it. There was a study quite a few years ago, by the way. I think they made it on Forex. They used the coin flip, and they managed to be profitable on the account, and they just used the coin flip. So actually, a quote unquote good indicator system or entry model could be even better than a coin flip. So that's actually proof that you can actually do better. Pigeon, I believe indicators do not show anything other than what is already visible on a naked chart. Yes, that's true. That's true. Obviously, Ipsim, hey, thanks for being here. Yerson, come on, what happened? You lost an account? Oh my God. All right. 2 circles around the block, Yerson. So when you're back, I want to hear it. No, Amrits. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying we're going to talk about how you can use it for collecting information. I'm not saying that. So what about indicators like volume, sell, buy orders? Yeah, obviously, yes, we have the volume indicators. Yes, those are also certain indicators that you can use, and those are very popular. So I'm feeling much better, Trader H. Much better. Thank you. If you trade a large sample of trades with 2 with 1, yes, exactly. Yes, you can go down. Actually, that's, I think, 34%, but 33, but you're right. 33 or 34%, one of those two. But yes, one of those two. Anyway, as I said, you can flip a coin, but if you still do good risk management, you can make money. The mindset shift is basically like, stop asking, does this indicator work? Okay. And start asking, do I have the discipline to manage risk when it doesn't? Now, I have a different approach to it. I'm going to say it later. Like, every indicator fails. As I said, eventually risk management is not going to fail if you can do it in the right way. All right. But obviously there's a proper way to use it. And this is what I wanted to talk about. There's a proper way to use it, because we all need information from the market. Okay. The price is basically the story. I can full port, Amrits. Okay, let's talk about that. We're going to full port tomorrow. So, as I said, price is the story. Indicators are the subtitles. Man, I like this sentence. I have to write this down. Okay, I have to write this down. So, price is the story. Indicators are the subtitles. I hope I remember this. I love this. So, if you can't read the story without subtitles, you're not ready to trade size. That's another thing. Okay. Actually, but there's nothing wrong with subtitles. Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you remember, yes, as long as you remember they're not the movie. I'm just saying that using them as an extra layer of confluence, using those indicators as an extra layer of confluence, I think that would be the closest expression I can come out with. Is actually good. Obviously, like, let's not fall into the trap. Like, we don't need to have like 50 different indicators on the chart. Okay. So just, it's not necessary to do so. The thing is that the indicator or the tool that you're using doesn't define your edge. Your patience, your discipline, and the risk, what's going to define your edge. That's the main thing. And obviously we have some, like takeaways from this, and we're gonna I'm gonna go with some examples, but like, as I said, indicators don't save you. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I try. Indicators don't save you. They don't destroy you. Your mindset towards them determines when they're going to help or hurt. Okay. So actually, I would bet that two different groups, type of people, actually with different mindset of people, would be, if it would be trading the same system, same indicator system, a group of more disciplined traders would actually be making a lot of, actually good profits with the well-established indicator system. Anyway, just a quick example that got to my mind. So if you combine actually the context with the system and stick with the rules, actually indicators can support you. As I said, an extra layer of confluence. Okay. So just saying. But yes, if you ignore discipline, then obviously the indicators will burn you. Oh my gosh, there is seemingly there. Okay. Everybody wants to be a winner. Yes, me. Okay, can I say me? If I say me, does that count? Anyway, I just said it. So. And by the way, I think it's just a great thing to say. Like, the best indicator in trading is not the VWAP, and it's not RSI or moving average or whatever. It's your ability to stop when you should. That's the best indicator. Your ability to walk away when you should. And I'm still working on that. It's a hard thing. You have to work on it. You have to work on this. Super important. All right. That's just super important. Oh my gosh. What is happening in chat? I won? Did I? Okay. Awesome. Did I win? Oh, cool. Okay. Let me quick check on gold. Wow, look at gold. Okay, starting to move a little bit higher. Okay, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. All right. Let's go back to NQ. So if you guys have questions about this, the chat just went ballistic. So we can divert my... What? I couldn't read that. I think it's Abhishek is in control, I think. Oh my gosh. Everybody just went total. Yeah, gold was choppy. Very, very choppy. And so, to talk about a little bit of a detail of what I'm looking for, what I'm doing in the background. It's nothing special. What I'm using is basically a set of moving averages. It's always running in the background, so I might gonna put it on the chart as well. But I like to see them in different screens. So I realized if I would put like the 9 EMA and the 50, and I have the 144 to 200. Anyway, I'm going to talk about the details. If I put too many moving averages, exponential moving averages on the chart, I don't like that. I don't want that. I have them on a different chart just to see it, how it goes, as an extra layer of confluence. And I also use the zigzag indicator as well. It's a custom coded one. looking for swing turning points, fractional points, basically, in the move. And, when I'm looking for an entry point on a 1 minute chart, then I'm looking at the 5 minute swing points. And if I'm looking to enter on the 5 minute chart, I'm looking at the 15 minute, for example. But anyway, not too many details though right now, but next time I will go into it. What's happening? What is happening? Oh, congratulations, Carton Futures. Nice. Congratulations. So anyway, for me, I mean, I tried the MACD, I tried RSI, I even went with the Traders Dynamic Index, so all the usual stuff. I still think, just like many of you guys are using the VWAP, I think moving averages could still be useful, even in defining small trends inside of a certain session. So obviously, it's not going to be like the main entry model based on only on the moving averages, but it's going to give me an extra layer of confluence when I select my trade. But I think I'm going to talk more about it in my stream later, maybe. I mean, in the upcoming few days. So yeah. What happened? Oh yeah, Carton Futures. Congratulations again. Let's go. So if you have any questions regarding this or risk management, or you have other opinion, let me know. Obviously, I'm here to answer some questions. Let's see the time. Oh, I still have like 10 minutes. So cool. That is, okay, something's happening. I can get this one. I know I can get this one. I know. What's the code? Okay, use code BONDS50. Okay, hold on, let me log in. BONDS50. Come on. Okay. I'm gonna log in on a different page. Let's go. No. Let me just go to MyFundedFutures. Okay, where is it? Okay, I'm there. Okay, I'm there. Let me type it in. Okay. Am I late? Maybe I am. Okay. I think I'm late. Come on. Come on. Within seconds. Man. Well, the thing is, I always tried. I'm just messing, of course. I am forbidden, by the way. I'm forbidden to use the codes. Don't worry. My day will come. I was reading on the leaderboard that the winner of the competition is gonna get the bragging rights. So that's kind of cool, right? That he or she is the best. Okay, I said, all right, I love that. I love that. Website is lagging. Congratulations, by the way, to the winners again. Congratulations. Call Jerry. All right, which one? It's gone? Abhishek. It's gone. Oh, no. So, yeah. Anyway, congratulations for the winners. As I was saying, like what I'm trying to implement is basically a set of moving averages, namely the 9. Actually, I use the 50 as well, but right now I'm achieving best results with the 9, the 36, and the 144. And these are basically combined with the zigzag indicators. And that's the set I'm trying to actually make. So I will try to represent that in the best possible way so I can show some results here at MyFunded TV as well, because I love to share what I this so far or how the system works. So why not? Are you going to get in on the competition? Yeah, I'm in the competition for now. So I had some trades. Yes, Craig, I'll try to do my best. So I think I'm down. You're down like 10K. What happened, Rafael? So yeah, the key topic was basically this, but now I am ready and happy to answer questions about anything trading related, or if not trading related, let me know. Tom, I need your help. I really need to get rid of my trading model. I lost 1,000. Okay. So there's multiple ways to get that problem solved, DJ. Hit me up after the stream. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a chop fest. Look at the one. Actually, this is the 5 minute. Oh my God, the 1 minute even more terrible. Yeah, the 5 minute full barcoding. You gotta leave early. All right, Abyss. Thank you for being here, Abyss. Thank you. Have a good one. So, hey, if you could take your fourth payout to on the scale account for the full, but then leave the account with $100, would you do it? Good question. And there's no simple answer to that. There's no simple answer. Because you already had 3 payouts, right? And depending on your skills, your confidence, depending on do you have other funded accounts as well. So there's multiple factors that come into this thing. So I guess if I have I still have my 10 or right now 11 funded accounts. And if that would be my 4th payout with $2,500, I would take it. I would take it because I will have the confidence that I can scale it up again. And, money is money. And why not? Take it. But this is the case when you're having multiple funded accounts. If you're having only 1 or 2 funded accounts, I would maybe leave more buffer on the account, okay? Just leave more buffer. But hey, thank you. Thank you, Otis Trades, sorry. I butchered the name there, I'm sorry. So, so if I would be just having 1 or 2 accounts, then I wouldn't take it all. But when you have multiple, then why not? It's also like a multi-account risk management style. Yeah. So is the Rocket Scooter fam here already? Oh yeah, there might be here. So yeah, let me know if you have any other questions. I think I thought that it's just important to talk about this because you will see me, hopefully you will see me talk more about my entries and what I did and why I did some certain trades. And I would like to explain it a little bit better. And so I just wanted to put the whole thing into context. And I'm not saying I'm doing strategy hopping. No, sir. No. I'm still going to look for my zones. I'm still going to look for I'm still going to understand the context. I'm still going to try to best understand how the market looks like. But on the entry model level, I am going to use more of these set of moving averages in the right direction. And by the way, one more thing. Obviously, if you understand the context, because that's super important. If you understand market structure, and there are many lectures, not just from ICT, but it's all around YouTube. If you just search for it, some basic knowledge. And obviously, it's not, like a 5-minute thing to learn. But if you learn the context of the market and how to analyze all these levels that you're looking for, trading with indicators as an extra set of confluence or layer of confluence is also going to help you to be more selective with your trades. You're going to be, if you use it again wisely with the context, it's going to help you to be much more selective with your trades. And I think that's just actually super important. It can help you to actually build discipline. But I didn't talk about that too much in this session. But again, if you're using it together with your levels, with the market context, that it can actually help you to stay disciplined enough, all right, to be super selective and go for A+ setups, if you will. So that's what I'm saying. Some traders are using absolutely custom algorithms, or I don't know. Like there's so many ways. Victor, I love you too. Hey, oh, the Rocket Scooter fam is here. Yeah, of course. Of course. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Yeah, nice looking chart, right? Yeah, well, it's clean. But I had my levels here, so levels got taken out. But, this price action is, not really. But it's going to be, I'm going to be, I'm going to be curious about tomorrow. I think most likely before FOMC event, it's going to be a bit of a sideways action. And, as always, just don't push it. Just don't try to oversize. And I know we like the movements and everything. And most likely we could expect a rate cut. I think we talked about this with Matt. We'll see how much it will be. But Papa Powell always makes the move. But it's going to be crazy. Exactly. It's going to be crazy. And again, as I said, the press conference, okay, that's going to last for like 30 minutes at least, or 25 to 30 minutes at least. You should be watching that too. You should be aware of that. I mean, that's the real kicker, I think. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Maritims. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. So I just want to say it was a pleasure again. I'm happy that I could share my thoughts with you guys about what I think by using these indicators. I just wanted to put this into context, okay? So you guys will understand the narrative when I'm talking about all the setups or the targets. So yeah, I'm trying to do the best. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And I hear it. Here he is. Oh my God, where's my shades?
Howdy.
Hey. I keep this here for you, Matt. Always here for you. The shades are
What
here.
if it gets bright in your room? What if there's a spontaneous supernova or something? You might need some sunglasses.
Yeah. I have to change the light conditions here, but
I get solar flares in my room sometimes. The sun just goes crazy.
yeah. Dang it, everyone. Oh, look at the emotes. That's awesome. The sunglasses.
Well, we need something today. This market has been depressing.
It is, man.
Yeah.
It's depressing. It is. Well, at least today I could take some trades, but it's still depressing. But it's just barcoding all over the place.
Did you have any trades out the door? The opening drop, did you short that or did you not do anything?
I was shorting on NQ. I was trying to scalp it, and
Nice.
I was long on gold and also short on gold. So I was trading in the range, basically.
Dang.
Gold was the winner for me today, basically. Yeah.
Oh man, this is great, man. This is it's good to hear that. I feel like the index has been just sort of the most not so fun, but gold has been like where everybody in my Discord, at least, has been super celebrative of their gold trades.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
kind of all over the place. But so your day was slow today, or what happened?
I'm like sort of like weirdly flat-ish. Like half of my accounts are up 500, 600, 900. The other half of my accounts are down 300, 500, 800 just from the trying to play the chop here. I didn't do anything except for wait until here. So out the door, I didn't do anything. I waited, and I grabbed the dip. Made some, then grabbed the dip, lost some, and now I'm just sitting on my longs waiting for something. Maybe for a bigger loss. I don't know. Probably a bigger loss. Yeah.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
No, you're supposed to hope that I lose because we're competing.
Yeah, but I just saw that the prize is going to be bragging rights. So so if I win, I can say I'm the best. That's awesome. I'm the best. It would be.
We
so
already
awesome.
say that you're the best. So the goal is to take bragging rights from you.
I told you can only trade with one micro, right?
Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. Let me turn my position down.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. That's all right, chat. Thank you so much. This was a great session again, as always. Thank you for the positive vibes, and thank you, Matt, as well. And I wish you a great session, and see you tomorrow as usual.
Sir.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Later, Mr. Tom. Excellent, guys. What's up, chat? And give some love for Tom here, and welcome to the show. You're live with Lunch Money with Matt on MyFunded TV as always. Hello. Hi, Matt. Hello back to you. So glad to have you guys here in my lunchtime segment here. This is my favorite segment of the day of everything I ever do. You guys are my favorite people ever. Clearly. Thanks for the rocks in chat. Thank you for the love. And MyFundedFutures only 200 subs away from that 50K mark. That sounds actually pretty cool. Well, today was a good day, good trading day. I mean, good-ish. I'm sure that it's probably going to end up a bad day, knock on wood. But I didn't make any trades in the contest account yesterday, sorry. And the contest account today, I finally am taking trades. I'm taking a long stab, and it's slightly underwater just a little bit. And I don't like the idea that it is. But the idea is I've got, I'm sorry, here. This is the area I want to be at. So we are moving pre-Fed. We've had so many up days. And again, it's a weird sort of market dynamic today that we're dealing with. There is let's see, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 days of NASDAQ going higher highs into the FOMC meeting. We were talking about the dot plots earlier on how the FOMC sort of, and I'll talk about that a little bit today. The FOMC is obviously going to be cutting rates this meeting according to Wall Street's pricing in. So this is just a little pre-FOMC selling. Makes a lot of sense. The day started off with some rotation, but there was not a lot of rotation back in. We started to see some of the sectors like healthcare go really down, really up, then back to neutral. Healthcare is a big part of the NASDAQ. We're seeing some sort of kind of excursions on VIX. VIX products are starting to rally a little bit, and VIX futures are starting to rally a little bit. Just, pre-FOMC lack of liquidity. So there aren't a lot of people buying to enter the market from here. What I thought the market would be propagating further on a more of a short squeeze, because there's still a lot of people that are kind of waiting for some kind of way to get out of their shorts, knowing that rate cuts are coming for the rest of the year. So I thought that we would be squeezing into FOMC, and then FOMC would pop, and then we would sell. But it seems like the dealers in Wall Street are just getting a little pre-FOMC profit taking. It's not everybody plunging the market lower, dumping everything they have, but it's certainly a lot of people just not acting. The only upside I could see would be shorts are like, okay, look, this is the dip I wanted. This is as good as it's going to get. And by the end of the day, we're back to moving somewhere. Now, my resilience numbers on the screen, this white graph down here being less than 0 also lets you know that our resistance level is yesterday's close. So QQQ filled the gap, S&P filled the gap. The highest I could expect is in here. We're likely to close somewhere inside of here today. It's likely to be another one of those stupid days like that we had 2 Fridays back and 3 Fridays and 4 Fridays back and whatever, where the market just basically just dumps and then does this all day. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't do that, but I'm also not betting that we're up here today either. That would kind of be a long shot because none of the real stocks are doing anything crazy that are good and bullish. Couple companies looking good, couple companies looking bad. VIX is having a hedge pressure break, so it's creating some positive gamma on VIX. Additionally, tomorrow is VIXpiration. So every third Wednesday of the month, VIX options expire. When those VIX options expire, the Tuesday before that can usually be a little extra turbulent as people that are sort of in the VIX contracts are kind of like playing the hedge between them, longing this one, shorting this one. The VIX tries to find its way to the middle. Usually a lot of arbitrage trading and VIX position shifting takes place on this Tuesday as well. So because of that, volatility is a little elevated. So because of that, the market's likely to move. I'm not upside down because I bought anything there. I did get a nice, clean, easy scalp off of here. I got my 10 points in the S&P and just scalped and closed out. As the market fell, I loaded back up into some S&P and some NASDAQ. And I currently closed my NASDAQ position, allowing some room for NASDAQ to fall closer to this 480 level. If it does, then that's a great place for me to long from. To be better safe than sorry. But right now, I did flatten out NASDAQ. I currently have some S&P longs just chilling there as I'm just waiting for those to play out. It's nothing crazy. As a matter of fact, let me switch it out on the screen so you guys can watch it. You guys can watch me take some heat. S&P just been sitting there at the same place pretty much all day, the S&Ps. Keeping the positions light and small, 2 contracts, nothing big. That's a pretty average position on S&P for what I consider to be a small-ish trade, small to medium. I said short squeeze and the market squeezed. Well, I mean, I do have that power, right? I am secretly a market maker. Whenever I say something, they're listening to me and they're changing the price for y'all. So trust me, they also like to move the market up as soon as I exit the position, which is great. And then whenever I like to long, they like to move the market down. So they also hate me, just like they hate you guys. Will we get a giveaway today? That's why you're here, for the free stuff. Come on, this ain't Costco on a Sunday afternoon. We walk around the plate to get free samples all day. We teach you a little bit of trading, and if you're lucky, you might get a giveaway. Only if you're lucky. Kind of makes me hungry for some Costco, though. As a matter of fact, when I went to Costco, I don't know if it's you guys' Costco or if it's mine, but they were giving away, there was like this frozen food. Last time we went, this frozen food section, and they had Indian food, which is like my favorite food. Everybody knows this, right? So the guy was like rapping when you'd walk up to the thing with Indian food. He was like, "Want to be a baller? Try the masala." And then everybody was like, "Wait, what's going on?" He was so like everything that he had was like rapping to some kind of thing. Like I forgot what he said. Like basically just like that. Big, small, big, small. What do you guys think? Big or small? Small, of course. But yeah, so that was my Costco. I don't know if you guys have like the rapping biryani guy handing out the samples of the frozen food at y'all's. Everything's bigger in Texas. Yeah, we get some cool stuff. So you guys are voting in chat. Big form or small form? Looks like a lot of people want big. A lot of people want both. A lot of people like whatever. So this has been sort of a just crazy day. My question for you guys is, do you think we're going to get 1 full basis point of cut in 2025? Allow me to pose a question or pose a thought experiment for y'all. Enter the picture, what we call the dot plot. I.e. the FOMC participants' assessment of appropriate monetary policy. Let's talk about what this is. Anytime you go to your market calendar, you'll see that once a quarter, right? We have monthly rate decision, which is here. We all know 1 o'clock FOMC statement, right? 1 o'clock, interest rate decision. 1:30, press conference. This is Central Time. But once a quarter, you get this fun little piece called the FOMC economic projections, right? The assessments, you're going to get the projections. What do they, or sorry, interest rate projections, sorry, right here. Interest rate projections, these guys. And these guys come with the, so you have the first year, second year, third year, and longer term projections. Sorry, these guys right here. Once a quarter, you're going to get this. All this other stuff comes out in the FOMC document, right? So this is the dot plot. I think I had it there. So yeah, so the economic projections, that's this. And that's what you see right here on the calendar, economic projections. This is what they release. And it comes with a whole goodie bag of info. You can go in here and read this until you're blue in the face and get a lot of info about what the Fed's doing. And you can kind of study this. They tell you all the information they look at. Like, look at this. This is the variables. Here are the projections, blah, 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 under individual assumptions of projected appropriate monetary policy, blah, blah, blah. We're looking at unemployment rate, change in real GDP, PCE inflation, core PCE inflation, and et cetera. All the talking points they throw out there. This is the data. And this is the expectations of that data, how they expect the things. A lot of the stuff I talk about come from reading this. They give me my homework. When I say I'm expecting PCE inflation to go down over time. So the FOMC long-term projection is we're likely to have rates cut longer term. This came out in June, by the way, after the whole tariff stuff. And then enter the dot plot, which is what you guys are going to care most about. This is tomorrow. This will come out. Each person on that committee is a dot inside of this box. And each one of their opinions every year becomes a dot in each of these other boxes. So these are all your members, and this is all of their thoughts. And you can see that in general, in June, you can see that we're sitting here at a big fat 4.5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in June believed no cut at all, bro. No cuts. No cuts. Additionally, like 8 people believed, oh, we need cuts, but we need 50 basis points in 2025. Now, when you go back to March, the last dot plot we had, we only had 3 in June. I'm sorry, 3 at 0 rate cut. So between March and June, 4 people from the yes, we need a rate cut went to the no, hell no, no rate cuts this year camp. And this is what the belief was. There was a bet from June that we would have 125 basis point cut in September. Where do you get your 125 basis point cut estimation from? From this. You see 7 people believe that we're at no cut and 8 people believe we're at 50 basis point. So the average of all of this is right here in the middle, 125 basis point cut. And that's what Wall Street's been betting on. That's been the narrative all year. Everybody's like 25 basis points. If you guys don't know, this is where you get it from. This is where you get it from. So we're glad to teach you guys this. Now, here's the thing. This is what Wall Street was betting on. We'd like, yeah, we'll go one rate cut this year. That's fine. But then Powell goes to Jackson Hole, throws a freaking curveball at everybody. Says, we no longer really care about the inflation portion of things and our dual mandate. We care. This is their quad mandate or whatever. Their dual mandate now, they care more about employment situation more than they care about the inflation numbers. And the inflation numbers, as Powell said, he says inflation is temporary. And this is what they saw in June. And nothing has changed between June and now other than slightly. The CPIs and PPIs haven't shown much change. And the projections of PCE are showing that inflation is going down. The Fed will hit its 2% target by 2027. So now they don't really care about making that more of a problem. So rate cuts are back on the table because the unemployment rate is not expected to change. And they're looking at the other unemployment numbers that are showing that's an issue. So in Jackson Hole, out there a curveball and said, we don't care about inflation anymore. It's more about the jobs market. And Wall Street freaked out. The Fed Watch, which is the place in CME Fed Watch, you can go here and see what the probability is of a rate cut. It's what Wall Street's betting on. You can bet on, there's a futures contract you can actually bet on the FOMC interest rates called the 30-day Fed Funds Futures, right? And they use that to come up with these probabilities. And so ever since Jackson Hole, before Jackson Hole, we had a 30 to 40% chance of no rate cut and like a 60% chance of a rate cut of 25 basis points. That was the bet. And then after Jackson Hole, when Powell basically said what he said screw inflation, we don't care. You now have 4% of Wall Street betting on a 50 basis point cut and 96 betting on 25. Now, the last week, this has shuffled almost as high as 12%, and it's been moving up and down. But you can see there's a lot of people that are in the boat of we're going to need a rate cut this year, no matter what. So go back to the dot plot thing, right? The difference that we're going to see over the longer haul, I don't think is going to change. I don't think we're going to see much, and I'll talk about these in a minute. The longer projection, I don't think we're going to see much change. You can see that most of your Fed members are sort of like gathered around 3.25, which is 125 points from here. This is about where we'll be by 2027. Then it gets really weird on the longer haul. You get a lot of people thinking lower for longer, and a lot of people like, actually, no, we need to kind of stay up here. So a lot of people are basically split into two camps. And I was making a joke on my stream this morning that the way the Fed was before Jackson Hole, those conference rooms probably smelled like feet, because it sounds like the way they're split, it's not like a nice, clean, easy bell curve where people are slightly disagreeing. It's very polarizing, right? There's half the people like, hell no, half the people are like, we got to do something. And even here in the longer term, a lot of people are like, we're not going to do much. A lot of people are like, we got to do a lot. So I bet you those debates probably lasted 8 hours, 10 hours in those conference rooms. That's why I said it probably smelled like feet, because they're in there all day debating. Probably gets a little clammy in there. But anywho, in the shorter term, you can see that the FOMC, again, in June was split up. Now, here's what I think is going to happen. As most people believe that we're going to be getting one rate cut, then you can assume that most of the participants that don't think we get one are going to be moved down into the one rate cut camp. That's that level. This is 225s, this is 325s, etc. So I'm going to bet that we're going to see most all of these people distributed down in here on this dot plot. I'm predicting it right now. I'm thinking that almost everybody, with the exception maybe a couple of people that are probably still holding out, unless Powell was speaking for just himself and not everybody, most people are in the camp that we need a rate cut. So I think we're going to start to see a lot of this shifted down, even to the point that I believe a lot more people are going to be down here. And I think that we might see, to save the jobs market, a full 100 basis points for 2025. I think that we might shift, get another cut before December, but that's just me. I think that's going to change in the 1 year, and nothing's really going to change 2 years out, because you can read in that, the Fed meeting stuff is that, 2026 is 1 year away, and then 2027 is not much different than 2026. So I can't believe that the projection is going to change much in the longer term. I think just the median term projection is going to change. So now we're going to make a bet on this, right? Why is this guy Matt talking about all this stuff? Well, let's make a bet, right? I think a lot of this is going to shift down. I think a little bit of this is going to shift down. And this is mostly going to stay the same. I'd like to think that this will more normalize around here, and there'll be less polarized people. Like these people might move up on here. So I think this is going to be more sort of like sitting at the 3.25 range. And so is this. These are going to be probably exactly the same. And then a lot of this is going to shift down. And why is that important, right? Well, because now it's time to make a bet. Why do we do this, right? Well, just like always, as I try to teach you, the only way you win anything in Wall Street is by being ahead of the curve. Let's think ahead. All the idiots tomorrow are going to wait for the announcement to come out and go, oh, there's the rate cut. Time to long the market. We're thinking about that today. Markets dipped. Probability is extremely high we're going to get a rate cut. As a matter of fact, from 2 weeks ago, the probability goes from almost no chance to certain chance. There are bulls that haven't had a dip to get in on. That's what I feel. And so this is the first day in 10 trading days the NASDAQ has broken all-time highs and is finally red in the middle of the day. We haven't seen that in a while, right? We've seen highs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 days of breaking highs on NASDAQ. Because this is the first we've seen this in a while, other than right after Jackson Hole, this is the first dip anyone got to think about that. Anybody that's short going to FOMC meeting where the assessments may come out to show that most people may even want more rate cuts than we're even projecting. Hell, I'm going to predict that we're going to get 100 basis points this year. 2 months ago, I was saying we're not getting any rate cuts this year. I'm thinking we're going to get 425s, if not a 50 tomorrow and a 50 by December. That sounds more appropriate to really get the jobs market shaped up. Because of that, the stock market never bets against the Fed. And right now, every bear in town that's short has been just anticipating some kind of dip and hasn't been getting it. This is their first sort of red-ish day to contemplate covering their shorts in. We're not seeing a lot of liquidity today because, obviously there's not a lot of people jumping in the long at the high, but the mechanism of sustaining the move would be shorts covering back to equilibrium, which is why I'm buying the dip. So the whole thought process goes into why I'm buying the dip. I have a technical level to buy on, and I'm like saying, Powell's going to say, F the bears. Like we're going to cut rates even faster. And so I thought that we would actually rally or stay high in the Fed, get the rate cut, have a pop, and then people sell and take profit. But it appears people are selling and taking profit today, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing. Another thing is the market's lacking a little liquidity because tomorrow is VIX monthly expiration. VIX expiration always causes a little bit of sort of like turbulence. It's pretty normal. It's a volatility thing. You have one contract that's lower. We get a new magic number tomorrow, guys. So tune back in. It's no longer going to be 1691. Tomorrow we're going to get a new one. And if I look forward into time, that the October contract is 1820, the September contract is 16. We're roughly going to be close to about 1710, give or take, for the new magic number. And we're going to be way above it. So we got a couple of days above our magic number, which shows the market's going to be choppy. And as any good boy or girl in Wall Street will know, market always does things ahead of time. It's not going to wait for tomorrow to be choppy. It's going to be choppy today. So that's why you're seeing it. Remember, as Wall Street becomes progressively more efficient, the hot trade on the street is something that should happen and will usually happen before it's expected to happen, which is today. If there's no rate cut, then what to expect? The market would sell very hard on that because the market moves on upsets. That would be the upset case. It seems 100% of Wall Street is betting on a rate cut. Powell confirmed a rate cut. If there is no rate cut, people will probably flip shit and sell their stuff. If there is a rate cut, it's expected, and we've been pricing it in. So VIX being in an elevated state tomorrow, the market's going to overreact to tomorrow's news. So don't go into tomorrow lightly, guys. Just as a hint for y'all. When I say don't go in lightly, what I'm saying is don't go in there tomorrow thinking it's going to be a mild event. Even the expected news can be chaotic because it's the day of VIX expiration. That rollover day, when you throw those VIX futures back in contango, when they roll over while in contango, can cause a little instability just because of the way volatility is. It's a whole thing. So I'm telling you tomorrow, the announcement is the market's going to travel. It's not going to be a slight pop, slight drop, hang out where it is. It's going to move. Whether it's way up or way down tomorrow, it's likely going to move. So I'm going to plan for it today. I'm going to trade small tomorrow right after the announcement. I'm going to buy dips with one contract, keep it light, keep it small. And so again, when I do my homework, a lot of you guys that are trading do your homework. Y'all whip out some charts, drawn on charts. You got 85 trend lines on them. You got your indicators on there. You're staring at the chart, the daily chart, the hourly chart. Your homework is what's the pattern. My homework is reading the Fed document. Look, I hate fundamental analysis more than the next guy. Don't think I love this stuff. I hate it. It's a waste of my life, but I got to do it. But I've gotten really good at doing it efficiently. I know exactly what they're looking at. These are the pieces of data they're looking at. These are the projections. This is where they're voting on rate cuts. So I'm trying to get ahead of tomorrow and anticipate something. I'm going to bet on Wall Street. All this other stuff. Again, there's a lot of good, juicy data in here. If you guys are like, data hounds like me, go in there and read as much as you want. You can see how inflation's changed over time. Unemployment rates change over time. You get a lot of juicy info from the monetary policy docs that they give, So this is the assessment is actually like a pretty cool thing to read. So the summary of economic projections. You can get as much info from this document than you can from reading anything. It's a great talking point, right? And you can kind of see like where the federal funds rate is as a funnel, 70% confidence interval of where we're expected to be. You can see that the median of projections is expected to be slightly lower, closer to 3, with the variation in here. So now going into tomorrow, we talked about the dot plot, I'm expecting the variation to change slightly. I'm expecting more people to bet lower and less people to bet nothing, and that the projection is more likely to be here and mostly here, with that red line being sloping down even further. Because of that, I'm going to bet that Wall Street is underestimating what we're going to do this year. And any announcement of rate cut is probably going to move the market a little bit, but that press conference, when Powell utters the words probably another rate cut this year. Wall Street will flip shit and the thing's going to rally. So as a trader, I like to inspire and teach my viewers and my traders to think ahead. The only way you ever get ahead in markets and your portfolio is by thinking ahead. Never do you see it move and jump in on the move and then make money all the time with that. You might get lucky every once in a while, but it doesn't work that way. The secret to making money in Wall Street is to see things that other people don't see and then bet on them. I could be right. I could be wrong. It's okay. But at least I'm betting with reason. It's not just the shape of the chart. So my homework is we're going to Fed tomorrow. Let me read what's up. Let's look at the data. Well, CPI, PPI have been showing very little change, right? Nothing's going on there. No crazy inflation. But even so, Powell said they didn't really care about that. The projections and the PCE showed no changes. Okay. Getting better over time. Okay, cool. So now going tomorrow, now I'm going to bet on the thing. So does everybody here understand what I'm saying? Y'all, the guys are paying attention here? Is this legal to have access to that document? Yeah, dude, I Googled. Just Google. Google's your friend. They published it on the Federal Reserve website. You just type in, whatever. It's on federalreserve.gov. Federal Reserve government website. This is all public info. They released this at 2 p.m. This is what comes out. So whenever we get the Fed announcement that you read on Twitter, that you read on whatever, right? All that info comes from here. So the minute, the market starts moving, it's because this thing is released. And so they literally released it at 2 o'clock, and they'll release one tomorrow at 2 o'clock as well. So yeah, it's legal. No, I snuck into the Fed building with a hoodie on. Nobody knew it was me. And I walked to the archives, and I was printing on the Fed LaserJet printers the document for you guys. They had no idea I was there. No, they do release it at 2, so you'll have the info yourself. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, friends. So what do you guys think? Thinking ahead. What are your thoughts about that? Thinking ahead, very important. You always got to guess ahead, right? You saw me on TV. I was wearing the bullhorn. That. I would wear something goofy though. No, I'd be wearing a skull t-shirt. You know me. Or a band shirt. I'd be like the guy wearing like a death metal band t-shirt. Like, hey, who let this kid in here, right? So not if you're scalping. Oh, if you're scalping, 100%. You as a trader, if you want to be a successful day trader, you have to think that way and get ahead of stuff. Scalping is not going to be a long-term successful endeavor if you don't have some backbone as to what direction you're scalping in. When to be bullish, when to be bearish. You can pick a direction. For the longer haul, long periods of time, scalping is really hard to do just with patterns. So you got to be very thorough. But what do you guys think about getting ahead? Great insight. You guys think about that, okay? Try to guess what you think is going to happen by piecing together things. And the goal of a trader is to understand the powers that be's motivations. This is all you're betting on. And that's what Wall Street is betting on too. What do you think people are going to do? Well, the minute Jackson Hole came out, everybody was like, shit, we're going to get a bunch of rate cuts. How do you know? Well, Wall Street literally told you. We've been rallying and rallying and rallying. Like the market was trying to sell off. We had some bear signals right back and forth. Some bear signals came out, and then Jackson Hole happened, and then we've been bullish ever since. And that's Wall Street telling you. We're anticipating something. And the smarter bulls got in earlier. The weaker bulls got in later, and right now shorts are pinned. They haven't been given an out. We haven't had a big sell-off week or sell-off month to really give somebody an out. So my bet in my scalping or day trading is I'm going to buy every dip. The whole conversation I just had with you is the time I'm going to buy every dip, and I'm currently buying every dip on my stream. I'm on the dip now. So why would I bet that the market's going to sell off? We fell to pivot. Let me bet to the long side. Why? Well, because while there's a lot of shuffling of positions, and we have some volatility things going on right now, you still have a bunch of shorts pinned upside down for 9 days. What the heck kind of market making world would this be if they gave the shorts an easy out the day before Fed and let the market crash on them? See what I'm saying? Great insight. This is the best insight you're ever going to get on YouTube. This is what professional traders think all day long. These are your millionaire traders. This is how they think. It's not great insight. It's the best insight. This is how you need to think. I could have chased the low. Markets, lower highs, higher lows, right? Lower highs, lower lows. Every trend line trader in the world out there is sitting there saying, okay, well, we broke the trend line. All right, this market's going to die, but yet I'm not chasing a short. I'm not using technicals for my judgment call. And I could be wrong. Again, being wrong is okay. You guys know my motto. Being wrong from the right place always means you're always wrong small. And because I'm going to be wrong from the right place, I'm not taking any heat by trading from the right place. All of my accounts right now are actually pretty much green because I'm just slightly long and slightly green. And that's it. Why is my bet to the long side? But wait, Mr. Trader Guy. Didn't we break through daily trend lines and weekly? Here we go. There's a trend line. We broke through the trend line. Why are you buying the dip? Well, more of a fundamental thing, right? I've got a support level. And I'm going to base it on the idea that shorts might get squeezed. And we're not going to give the market an out. We're not going to give bears an easy out before Fed when the news is going to come out as bullish as ever, right? So I've been trading long enough to take that bet. And again, I could be wrong, but you see that like no matter what you're trying to look at and what time frame, longer term trend lines, shorter term trend lines, whatever you're trying to do, you're going to find out that the market's going to kind of just not care much about it. And technically speaking, I've been finding lower lows, and technically speaking, we've been finding lower highs, and every traditional thing, and it's been pinching lower, and every traditional thing you've ever been taught calls this the descending wedge, which is the bearish pattern, yet the market's going bullish, which is why I always say it's more important to read the Fed document, even as a day trader, some of the most successful day traders you probably know, than it is to draw pictures on your charts. And if you're not doing that, you're not getting ahead of people. You probably were chasing low and just got squeezed, right? Again, I can't predict the stock market. People seem to insinuate that I do because I do decent as a trader and I do make some pretty solid calls. It's not that. It's I just am more prepared than most people. I know it sounds a little crappy and it does sound boring. Trust me, reading Fed documents and reading numbers and data, it sounds boring as hell, right? But you know what's not boring? Putting your debit card in an ATM machine and seeing your bank account. That ain't boring at all. Life is pretty good. Do your homework. That's all my inspiration to you. Do your homework, get ahead, be creative. It's only creativity is the only thing that's rewarded in Wall Street. See something other people don't see. What do I see right now? If I was a bear for the last 10 days, I finally got the relief I need. Shoot, I'm going to just hold. Maybe the market's going to crash. Okay, good. Maybe I'll just get out like I'm way upside down, but at least the market's giving me a break. Oh, crap. It's going up again. It's going up again. Shoot. I got to get out of my shorts. And what if the market does this and bears panic cover, right? Anything can happen when volatility is high. So I'm thinking from the perspective of a bear. Bears have been trapped all week. Maybe this is their only out they're going to get. I think like that. I don't think that the market becomes bearish when we might get 100 basis point cut this year. That's not what anybody is saying. That's what I'm guessing. I'm reading the data and saying that the Fed wants to be at 3% over the next 3 years. 3% Fed funds rate. They're probably going to get there sooner rather than later because Jay Powell very much expressed that we're in a dire situation with the employment. So why wait 2 or 3 years to get those cuts in? I'm betting on get those cuts in this year as quick as possible. So therefore, I'm a step ahead of everyone on Wall Street, and then every dip's going to get bought up. And therefore, I'm buying the dip. A lot of people today, we're trying to short the low. So that step ahead is what I try to inspire people to think about. And I could be 100% wrong. Oh my God, I'm guessing what the rate cut's going to be. Who fucking knows anything about that? Nobody knows that. Nobody, you're guessing. We're all guessing. This whole thing is a guessing game. But like I'm reading and I'm listening to people talk and I'm reading the same data they're reading and I'm making a judgment call. Do I feel safe buying the dip today? Where's my background, my confluence here? Do I feel like if I was a bear, this was my out and now it's going higher and higher? Bears might panic cover very quick. How would I know? Well, it'd be a short squeeze. How would I know a short squeeze? What curves? It curves higher. There you go. There's the short squeeze I was anticipating. Stocks are also getting squeezed right now. There's the asymmetric volume profile. Also accompanies a short squeeze. So we'll see, right? And so I hope like this lesson, I tell you guys, I promise you guys a lesson every day in the stream. Trying to make it extremely informative for y'all, so at least you can get something great out of it. That's kind of like my sort of help for you guys, for those that listen. Good. I'm glad you guys like it. Are there any seasonal tendencies you look at through a calendar year? In trading the index futures, I don't believe seasonality is a thing. It's mostly good for agricultural and for longer term betting. Even seasonality, which can appear statistically in index products and stocks, tend to be over longer term periods, longer periods of time. And there's not enough data points to suggest that seasonality is actually even a thing. Because for instance, the theme of September is usually a down month. Over what period of time? Over 1,000 years? I would trust seasonality if we had maybe 1,000 years of monthly data, not 100 years or so of data. The market cycles so quickly that a lot of that data could be skewed by the giant world wars that we've had and big military campaigns we've had and recessions and COVIDs and a lot of that stuff really do cause a lot of bear months, especially in September because you had COVIDs happening. And so I would personally believe in seasonality with 1,000 years of data to really see that. But, in the last century, there's been a lot of geopolitical things that I think it's mostly just noise, at least for stocks. Now, seasonality does exist in agricultural commodities. Lots of things are very seasonal, and I think that'll be there. But I never am like, oh, it's Christmas rally time to buy. Oh, it's September time to sell. As a day trader, don't phase yourself with that. Too much of a longer term thing. Portfolio managers managing 401ks would probably consider that. Would take a belief of 60% of these months go down or up, so let's buy some puts or something over longer time frames. Your goal is 50 years from now, and you'll probably consider it. If your goal is buying futures this week or buying options for next week, I would consider it noise. Yeah. So I wouldn't consider it. I don't. Again, disagree, agree. It doesn't. That's just my opinion. So day traders, you can absolutely ignore it. The market's going to move based on what's current events in your face right now, and not give a crap where the moon and sun are in the sky. That's the way I feel. Stocks are not seasonal. Human behaviors are, and maybe some people, there's some trends that do appear, but how powerful are they? Like certain things you can't ignore. People are more likely to buy a house in July than they are in December. That's a very common seasonal thing. Why? Well, you're not going to move your kids mid-school year. You're going to wait till the summer. That makes more sense. So some things do have some cyclical nature to them. You're more likely to spend money in the summer than you are in the winter. Why? Well, because when the ground's not covered in ice, you're more likely to take road trips and go on vacations. When the weather's better, you're going to spend a lot more time doing stuff, going on vacations. So there are some things that do have more seasonal stuff. Construction always picks up in the summer. People don't build things when 2/3 of the North American continent are covered in ice. You're not going to be building a lot of stuff or breaking ground at that time. Construction picks up in the spring and summer when the ground is drier and less covered in ice. Some things, yes, but in a broader sense, most things, no. That's how I feel. That's just how I feel about it. So day traders, for you guys, trading prop firms, you're not going to consider it like September. Maybe I'll start shorting the market this year or this month. You won't notice the effect. Over a longer term period of thing, it's more of a statistical bet than anything. You might want to bet on the housing market. The old joke of The Simpsons where Homer was buying pumpkin futures in October thinking they're going to go up forever. And then they tanked the next month. It was like, well, that's the whole seasonal part of it, right? You might anticipate certain things that way, but only at the sector level, maybe even at the company level. Certain sectors would be more prone to that. But I always firmly believed that the index as a whole has zero seasonality. If we were to wait 1,000 years to get the answer, none of us will be here. But I'd be taking a bet that you wouldn't notice it. You'd see it just as noise. That's just me, though. That's my thought. What was the website you had the bar chart on about chance of rate cut? Oh, here, I'll type it in chat with you. You're going to type this in. And I'm glad you guys come here because we try to make this show very informative. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I occasionally type in CME Fed Watch. That's all you need to type. Google that. Sometimes I tune into other trading shows just to see what it is they do comparing to us. And I have never seen a trading show give you guys as much education info as MyFundedTV. That's why I love this show. Everyone else seems to be a bunch of goofy pattern traders, and you're just watching a bunch of people lose at trading. I'm not going to lie. I've scoped out a couple of other shows out there, not going shade anybody in particular, but man, they don't teach you guys anything. They don't seem to know anything. I feel like we're the only channel that seems to know stuff. And that's why I'm glad you guys are here, because, you know, what I just gave you was like 10 years worth of Federal Reserve lessons in like 20 minutes. You can know that's all you ever need to know about the Fed. You now can predict Fed rate cuts as good as anyone else can with just those few pieces of that document, and then listening to what Jay Powell says. Excuse me, sir. Well, there's one show that I like that teaches me so much. And it's the Tyler G Show. And that's all. But he needs to put me on his show sometime, because I think, like, if we weren't traders, Tyler, I feel like we would have a radio show, you and me, and I think we'd be very successful having like crazy radio show banter. I'm telling you, this is something we should think about if we ever quit our jobs as traders. It's the Tyler and Matt Power Hour. That'd be kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? When I say trading shows, I meant prop shows. You guys, we watch some of the other prop shows on occasion. I don't feel like they teach much. I don't think they know much. I don't feel like these kids out there really understand. You know, 15 years in the game, you better have a few tricks with you. But, you know, your goal is not to read the Fed news and then bet. Your goal is to bet before it happens. I'm betting on 100 basis point cuts this year. My personal opinion. We're going to accelerate faster and save the jobs market. So you better believe every dip I'm going by. So that's it. Have you ever been invited to the NYSE? I have been. I was invited by Peter Tuchman one time to go out there. I have an open invite to go. So at any given time, I could just give him a call and show up. Peter and I used to be on a podcast together on the street. If you guys remember Jim Cramer's company. So he was like, anytime you ever want to come up, man, here's my cell phone number. Just give me a call. I was like, oh, shit. Okay. I've never been. So is my radio show going to be called 1,000 miles? Dude, Tyler, we should call our radio show like 1,000 blow-ups or something. And could be the theme song. Einstein of Wall Street. Yeah, dude, he's just a whole different kind of energy, man. He's always a joy to talk to. He's a good dude. Making my way downtown. We're going to Wall Street, guys. Where you going? We're making our way downtown. We have to do the whole, you know, we're walking with the selfie stick filming us while we're moving. Should I just take profit on some of this? I mean, these accounts are all pushing $500, $600. Should I just take some profit? I don't feel like we're going to rally. Let me trim, hold some runners. Pretty much almost everything is green-ish now. Or should I just keep holding? All right, guys, you 1,000 evals. If I could trade 1,000 evals with my fund futures, ding, and I blew up, and I blew up again, but then I hold on. You're gonna hold till 66.80. Is that what you feel? Probably so. You know, account is blowing up homeless now. That'd be a great. You know what's funny though? I actually got a copyright strike on my stream because I was showing people. Tyler posted the goofiest thing, dude, of him walking around with the Vanessa Carlton song playing, and I played it on my stream to like make fun of him and like just to laugh. And then IDOC and I were watching it, and then I got a copyright strike, so my whole stream got shut down. And it was like, can't be shown in the various countries for like the 30 seconds of that reel that we played. So I had to edit it out of the stream. It was really funny. Tyler gave me a freaking copyright strike. That was funny. He was watching. He got angry. He probably reported me. He would do that. All right. So, I mean, I'm happy making some money. Do I think I'm gonna get the momentum today? It's very possible, but honestly, the highest I'm gonna expect to get is to return to close right here. This is resistance. Resilience is getting slightly better, but it's not really positive yet. All my accounts are in basically triple digit gains or minor losses. Nothing too crazy right now. But maybe I'll hold on. May the force be with you all. Well, may the force be with you as well. So speaking of the force, what do you guys think about Disney popping out content from the old Republic, making that stuff canon? I feel like that'd be a great era to explore, but is Disney gonna screw it up? What do y'all think? May the FOMC be with you. You know what I'm saying? I'd be kind of excited to see, like, old Republic when the big Sith era, that'd be kind of cool. KOTOR is one of the best ever made. They're remaking KOTOR. Did you know that? That's like literally one of the best games ever made. So this is what I heard. They have new developers working on the remake. Way back in the day, that KOTOR remakes is happening. I know. Disney is full of weirdos. Yeah, I know. KOTOR is some of the best. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to see. Revenite era, right? That would be a cool era to explore. I feel like that'd be great to have some movies or shows around that era. KOTOR MMO. Oh yeah, dude, they remake that. That'd be great. I think people still play KOTOR. I think it's still around. But yeah, if they remake it, hopefully we get some like movies or shows from Old Republic. I feel like that's a whole era. Like, the sequels just are completely terrible. Like, the story was so forced and dumb. I don't know. Like, oh yeah, Sidious is back. Oh yeah. It was really him the whole time. Spoiler alert. We chopped him in half, but just kidding. JK LOL, he's still here. Yeah. Be kind of cool, like, to see like where the Jedi, not the High Republic, like where the Jedi are on councils and politicians, but like the Old Republic where it was like, like the prime time of Jedi and Sith. Let's go. That'd be kind of cool. Like prequels to the prequels, like before the 500 years of High Republic or however long it was. The sequels are a huge cash grab. Yeah, they only got my money once. I don't think I ever watched them more than like 1 or 2 times. All right. Anyways, so I'll be excited if they do come out with some new stuff from that era. Kind of cool. But let's make sure it doesn't suck. Have I watched Mobland? I haven't. I haven't seen that. All right, you guys. Well, my accounts are somewhat green-ish. I do have a desire to see this move slightly higher into the end of the day. It would be nice to see if we ended up back up at least inside of the gap fill range, 580, 590. I would love to see that. That made me very happy today. Although these kind of days, often it like bounces and then it tests the highest second time, then it trades lower. And I hate the thought of that happening. And I hate the idea of sitting here watching paint dry. I mean, I could take $500, $600, $700 in each of these accounts. It's still a sizable day. With no risk, I could just take profit. I did get my 10 points again. But the moment I sell, it's going to go up. So remember, every time I get out of the trade, I always going to miss out on something. So if I take profit right now, it's going to go up. So you guys are all going to benefit if I just take the win. Small win, call it a day. Come on, baby. Let it ride. Let's go. I could just trim to runners. That'd be kind of something I could do. We'll see. Who knows, y'all? But anywho, I'll be live on my stream in about 5 or 10 minutes. You guys can hang out and see how the saga of this day plays out. Oh, I didn't even show you guys my P&L. Holy, I have the space down here. I didn't even show you guys the photo. My bad. Let me take a little screenshot of that really quick. Hold up. Hold on, where's this? All my stuff is relatively. So it's a green day-ish. It's been good. Sure this is it. I put this down here for you guys. Like I said, it's been a relatively mild day today. Don't tell anybody, but my funded account is down $300, 3%. I'm in dead last place, unless it goes green. Then we'll see. 3%. I think some of the traders like Terry and them are up like 5 or 10 points, 10%. We'll see. So of all the accounts I have, I've got 2 of them still fighting. So we'll see what comes out of this. It is up 20%. Ooh, damn. Well, shoot. I got some catching up to do. Okay. Well, then my money is on. Who am I betting on to win? I'm gonna bet that it's be obvious to bet on Nick if he's winning. I'm gonna bet on Ash. That's what I'm gonna do. Terry's gonna win. I'll put my money on Ash. How about that? We'll see. Well, guys, I think that I'm gonna probably hold on to this at least to see if conditions improve a little bit better. 24,553, which is yesterday's QQQ close. Yesterday's where we close in futures relative to where QQQ close is going to be at 553. That's at relative target. That would be probably the best place to take profit. If I weren't wanting to just take it as a scalp, I could. Your money is on day trading with Matt. Day trading with Matt is red right now. So you betting on the underdog, sir. There's there like a bunch. How many bets on Kalshi are there for the winner of this contest? How many of you guys are making side bets? Because you can bet on anything there. I bet you there's a bet on who's gonna win this competition. I gotta see it. You guys, if y'all are doing it, y'all gotta show me. That'd be hilarious. That'd be really funny. You want Tom to take no trades, end up winning with everyone else going negative? That would be a great strategy, by the way, to not take trades. I didn't trade yesterday. Yesterday was just kind of a BS day. Terry's going to smoke everybody. She probably will. Your money's on Matt the DD band, so let's see. I'll get some good lucky trades in there. We haven't got any A+ setups in the last 2 days, so it's been sort of a crapshoot with mild like 60%ers, nothing great. Terry just full ports every day at the open. Eventually she will rule. Y'all are hilarious. Hey, that strategy has been playing out really well since like April. Like just longing out the door. Half of my trades were like longing at the open, I feel like. Well, we shall see how it goes. I'd just be happy if I don't blow up the account. That's all I care about. If I lose 90%, then I'm cool. As long as I'm not down 100%, we'll be fine. That's my goal, to stay above zero. Your money's on me, you're screwed. Absolutely screwed. You're betting on me, you're screwed. This is true. Trading competition sometimes has different dynamics. You have to think about it. It's not just winning as much as you can or winning the right trades. It's about winning the contest. So you have to make strategic. I've done enough trading contests to know when to apply certain strategies to get ahead, build a buffer, stay ahead, things like that. Trading contests is about beating the other traders. So there's a little bit extra dynamic that you can employ. But I'll give you a hint. Usually the last day of the contest usually becomes a dice roll for everybody. So you're not going to see a lot of, cautious walking to the finish line. Usually the last day is usually like when the Hail Marys come out. So for the most part, usually a trading contest is decided on the last day, as everybody knows where they are and what they need to do and secure a lead. And you're going to see people go like, whatever, all in this way, all in that way. And you're going to see someone in third or fourth place become first place. That's usually what's going to happen. Everyone probably full porting or doing something a little more, risky to take the lead. But again, it's just for fun bragging rights. It's not really like a real prize. But the idea is that the first place could easily go to last place, and the last place could easily go to first place. I've done enough trading contests to see the last day trading is the one that decides the winner. What you do on that very last day. Well, in all honesty as well, there is no there's contract limit. So we can't just, full port YOLO 50 contracts either. So anywho, yeah, the leaderboard will update automatically end of the day. So we shall see how it turns out. But guys, I'm glad you guys turned out to be here with me this afternoon. It's been really cool. If you haven't subbed to the channel yet, the best live trading futures prop show, period. MyFundedTV. We love for you guys being here every day. It means a lot to us. You can only trade 2 contracts of any particular thing. 2 total. So like 2 NASDAQs, 2 S&Ps. That's it. But yeah, we appreciate you guys being here, and thank you all for coming. Thank you for being part of the giveaways, part of the team, part of the growth, being here, part of the daily education. I always promise you guys, if you come here for the hour, I make it worth your while. You learned about how to forecast the Fed today, then you got some good stuff out of it. I'm very happy. I love sharing that knowledge with people. A lot of people go in the Fed just wait and see what happens, but you can see that we've been rallying for the last 9 days on NASDAQ because everyone else is making the same bet I'm making, trying to get ahead of more aggressive rate cuts, and we can kind of read between the lines and see it. So I'm betting on that, and I'm going to continue to take that bet. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We'll see y'all later. I will be live on my own stream if you guys come in the afternoons. We end here. We love for you to be here, but obviously you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this show is now over, but you guys can follow me and the rest of the crew. Usually the mods come over there and we hang out on my stream in the afternoon, and we will see y'all later. I'm out. Wish me luck. Hopefully these trades stay green today. So we'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.